I'm so angry. No, you don't understand. It really doesn't matter who you are or what you've been through. You really don't understand. Even if you're one of the extremely powerful world elites that extremely heavily, practically constantly worship the most evil of demons and have to deal with constantly making increasingly extremely evil sacrifices to attempt to retain and gain control and power over other extremely powerful people, and have to deal with controlling yourself despite extremely negative emotions of various kinds to continue to survive and try to thrive, you do not feel anger like this. You never have, and you most likely never even remotely will. I'm just going to extremely viciously start snapping at every completely worthless, absolutely unhinged, subhuman scum, psychopath, maniac, soulless, serial killer, thief, liar, massive fraud, who I will be extremely brutally, viciously, unapologetically getting cancelled and thoroughly, meticulously, absolutely destroying the careers and overall personal and professional lives of at any cost, one way or another, as quickly as I possibly can. Kimmy, aka Angel's Kimmy, Leslie, aka Foosley, Edison, aka Edison Park Live, Celine, aka Star Smitten, Janet, aka X Choco Bars, Jamie, aka I Gumdrop, Lily, aka Lily Pichu, Arya, aka Arya Saki, Emin, aka Pokimane, Steven, aka Destiny, Hassan, aka Hassanabi, Bashir, aka Athene, Andrew Tate, and Tristan Tate. To really make sure I'm making myself extremely clear and really clearly trying to ensure I'm not leaving any at all reasonable room for doubt whatsoever, except for Kimmy. All of these people, I am not, never have been, and never will be at all pursuing or willing to tolerate any kind of romantic and or sexual relationship with. Absolutely, unconditionally. And I will be extremely meticulously ensuring nothing and nobody can even attempt to present otherwise ever again. Throughout this release, I'll address all of these people by their first names, but not out of any friendliness or respect at all, but rather to demonstrate the full extent and severity of my antagonism and the blatant, unapologetic disrespect. I'm making it abundantly, extremely clear they are all absolutely, undoubtedly, fully deserving of receiving from me for their unbelievably unhinged, psychotic, extreme disrespect and overall pretentious attitudes and behavior towards me ever since I've had the misfortune of at all directly interacting with them or somehow having them in my energy. Of the people I've just listed, other than Kimmy and Jamie, I've never met any of them, even once in my entire life, and I certainly don't owe any of them anything, whether I've ever met them before or not. Not that meeting someone once or more than once should suddenly make you indebted to them at all to begin with, but the point remains. But this attitude also applies naturally to every loser I've known from meeting in person more than once in my life, including but not limited to all my blood relatives and everyone at all significant to my existence that attended any school at the same time I did. Those pathetic, worthless losers are just so insignificant in the greater scheme of things that I don't even want to start listing them out and coming off like I'm even trying to at all validate any aspect of their extremely miserable, worthless existence. It genuinely pains me extremely deeply, physically, mentally, and spiritually, to have to talk about Kimmy this way. It also is not, never has been, and never will be at all any want, need, or willingness to change my position or compromise my integrity even slightly. At all. Ever. I'm not being disingenuous at all, and I do always have had and always will have no ulterior motives whatsoever in my efforts with this podcast or any of my efforts leading up to its creation. I'm being extremely decisive, precise, and sincere in everything I'm saying to the absolute best of my ability at all times. I've literally always been that way from the very beginning of my connection with Kimmy. Kimmy really is, always has been, and always will be as incomparably physically attractive to me as I've been saying. I really do want extensive, frequent, daily, in-person, private, tender sexual intimacy with her for hours every day for the rest of eternity, the rest of our lives, as long as at all possible through my greatest possible efforts to make it last forever. Yet it really seems I was always just a tool for her, a pawn in her unbelievably unhinged, psychotic, abusive, narcissistic chess game of her extremely pathetic, miserable continued existence. Someone she never really loved at all. In reality, she only wanted to use and abuse me and enjoy extremely selfishly benefiting entirely at my detriment with complete disregard for even remotely ever benefiting me at all, even if I really have always had the purest, best, most loving and warm and pleasant intentions towards her and put an unbelievable, insurmountable effort to give her the best possible life with us together forever in the best relationship ever, loving each other extremely deeply and never having children with each other that neither of us really ever wanted with anyone. Even when I genuinely feel deepest in my soul that she should want it more than anything else, just like I do, instead, it really seems she'd rather just be extremely stupid and cruel and selfish and fake and toxic and evil and leave me feeling like my feelings and existence as a whole are extremely invalid and I should hate everything about humanity and life as a whole because no matter how hard I try, I'll never be happy in life and I'll never achieve the one thing I've always wanted most in life that actually makes life feel worth living for me. This worthless, unhinged, psychopath, fraud, loser scum to this day continues to torment me and lie extremely badly about everything and act like she's being a good person when she's literally being the worst demon I could ever imagine possible to exist and hurting me far more extremely severely than literally anyone or anything else ever possibly could, entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests. Kimmy didn't stream for well over a month starting around the time of my last release, but her first stream she very recently did afterwards.
Is this thing on? Hello? 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 Hello, 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 hello? Is anyone there? Oh my god! Hello! Hello! Oh my god! Oh my gosh. Here we go again.
What the hell? Just look at how she starts the stream. Kimmy just sounds so unhinged right away, like it's some thrill ride for her, like it's some game. She's tried to destroy my life and literally conspired to murder me through massive lies she purports through her content, and she still treats the whole thing like it's just a game to her, even after I've already exposed so much publicly. Unbelievable. Really such a shameless, unapologetic psychopath.
Okay, so I'm gonna turn on my camera and you guys will see my room I've been working very hard on. Also, I dyed my hair. No more blonde Kimmy. We're back to dark hair, like almost black. Yeah, I've been cooking. I've been cooking on my end of things. I got some updates for you guys.
I want to make it extremely clear that I haven't been doing anything trying to get Kimmy working on her room. I don't benefit from any of the changes she made, nor from knowing about them at all. Neither have I been at all trying to work towards her dyeing her hair, and I also get absolutely no benefit from that either. At least certainly none I'm aware of. Like I said, I haven't been communicating with anyone, and nobody has any good reason to believe any of these changes benefit me at all, and they certainly don't and won't ever appease me or force me to change my position. And unless she's actually going to start communicating with me properly and having the proper kind of connection I've always wanted with her in a timely manner that actually would appease me not to just become the worst of enemies against her and all of her associates, then nothing she ever changes about herself or anyone or anything else will ever actually offer me any benefit I'd ever be willing to accept at all. It would never appease me, nor would it change my position at all or offer anyone any real leverage over me to try to control me somehow. That being said, I'm not trying to pettily hate on the changes necessarily either, to make sure I'm being thorough here, since I want to make sure I'm also not coming off like I'm disingenuously trying to influence petty changes like that, or somehow benefit from Kimmy doing trivial petty things instead of actually taking our connection as seriously as she should and directly communicating with me and actually pursuing the in-person intimacy with me that she should be. I don't really care at all for her room changes and wouldn't particularly say they're good or bad, but I've mentioned before actually that I prefer her natural hair color over blonde, so while I wasn't doing anything particularly trying to get her to dye her hair, and it wouldn't ever give anyone any real leverage to try to force me to change my position in this conflict at all, I'd say I'm not upset about it.
Okay, so here we go. And 3, 2, 1. Welcome back, baby.
Since this came off pretty strange to me and I feel it had some kind of somehow relevant hidden context or deeper meaning behind it, I feel compelled to make sure I've addressed my position on it very clearly. Mainly because I've mentioned before that I was disgusted at Jamie flirting with her viewers and how I preferred that Kimmy typically doesn't. I wanted to be clear that this release is not some kind of bitterness and being overly sensitive about Kimmy doing this and I guess kind of flirting a bit with her viewers. I'm certainly not appeased by it, and it wasn't something I was trying to make happen, nor do I benefit from it. But I'm not turned off by Kimmy using intimate terms to address me if she's trying to show affection personally towards me, and I'd have no problem with her calling me baby, along with other such terms of endearment, if she was actually going to directly communicate with me and pursue the kind of connection with me that she should be. In fact, I'd expect both of us to address each other with terms of endearment like that if we were together. My point in addressing this is my anger comes from how I continue to be denied of the proper communication and kind of intimate in-person connection with Kimmy that I crave most in life. Not some petty rage at Kimmy being unhinged, nor some disingenuous desire to try to influence her to make other changes in her life as if to provide me leverage over her through it or something. I'm extremely upset, but I'm being sincere in what I want, and it might seem confusing, but I have to express my anger, and I'm being authentic in expressing how I feel, and doing what I feel is probably best to have the best chance at actually succeeding if it's at all really possible. And I do believe deep down that it's possible, even if it seems really unlikely. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be bothering to release this. I'm most certainly not doing this hoping to continue to fail to achieve the results I've been saying I'm after.
Welcome to my room. My new look, my new room. It is how do you like it? Also, I am trying out new makeup today. So yeah, and new contacts. Cute, very pretty. I've been cooking over here, you guys.
Again, I want to make it extremely clear that all these little petty things mean nothing to me. I haven't been trying to influence any of them, and I don't get any particular messaging or anything from them. I'm not appeased, I'm not intimidated, I'm not forced or desiring of changing my position on this conflict. It's all petty stuff she's talking about. Again, I'm not saying her style is bad or trying to just make her feel bad or any kind of pettiness myself. I'm just saying it doesn't benefit me or provide me any value or give her or anyone else any leverage over me at all. So it's extremely clear that if she's under any delusions that she can ignore the immense weight of what I'm saying on this podcast by doing stupid petty things like that, she needs to wake up to reality and recognize she's hallucinating and needs to sober up before it actually destroys her life and the lives of those she associates with.
Also, I learned how to do my own nails. So now for ASMR, look, I did these myself. I even put little bows. I did these nails myself. They're gel nails. I used like a whole lamp and a drill and everything. They don't look perfect yet because like I'm still really new to doing my nails. But look, I do my own nails now. So I'll have perfect nails for ASMR. ASMR.
This isn't the first time in recent months Kimmy's put such immense seeming weird weight on doing her own nails, as if that's something that appeases me or benefits me or forces me to change my position on this conflict. If it's something she's doing for herself, that's fine. Again, I'm not trying to pettily hate on her. If there's some kind of ulterior motive or alternative meaning behind what doing her own nails means, I don't know what it is, and I want to make sure it's very clear I haven't been benefiting from it, and it won't ever force me to change my position at all on this conflict.
Thank you so much for being here, you guys. I know TwitchCon is going on right now, and I know there's a lot of Twitch streams going on right now, so I appreciate you guys all being here. Just wanted to put that out there right now. I wasn't sure if I should stream at this time because I knew TwitchCon was going on, but I was like, fuck it! This was my ring finger, not my middle finger. I was like, fuck it! I'm gonna stream anyway because KimmyCon is going on right now. Okay, KimmyCon. Welcome to KimmyCon, you guys. You know, I didn't end up going to TwitchCon and having a meet and greet, so this is my meet and greet. Hello, welcome everyone to my TwitchCon meet and greet.
There's no other streamer I would have had any reason to pay attention to, so I don't need thanks for paying attention to what Kimmy was doing. As far as I'm concerned, my future and all I've been working towards the last several years depends on me being diligent about what's happening right now. I'm doing this largely for myself, not out of any debt to Kimmy or anyone else, and certainly not for mere shallow validation or praise or ego stroking of some kind or something like that. I don't know if there's some alternate meaning around what TwitchCon itself is, but that's also not something I'd engage with. whether it's the convention itself or the possible alternate meaning behind it. Also, was Kimmy trying to make a point showing her ring finger without a ring? Was that supposed to appease me or something? I mean, she's definitely not married to me, and I certainly haven't ever been after having her marry anyone else, so it's not like I'd be unhappy to see it without a ring. I guess I won't think too much about it. I feel like there's, again, some alternate meaning behind Kimmy saying it's KimmyCon that I'm unaware of the details of, and it bothers me. Is that some kind of reference to Kimmy underhandedly admitting she's a massive fraud, easily arguably the biggest fraud on all of Twitch right now? Sounds quite accurate to me. I'm not appeased by this or forced to shut up or change my position at all, and I'm not going to. It upsets me to see her being so casual about it and basically not really seem to care, almost like it's some kind of game she's amused by. But I'm not going to start self-sabotaging everything I've been working to try to achieve just because she's being this way.
Okay, so I do have some things I want to talk about. You guys are all in trouble. I'm kidding, no one's in trouble.
It felt to me like Kimmy was trying to be passive-aggressively intimidating in saying this. I wanted to make sure it's extremely clear that I wasn't at all intimidated, and she can take her passive-aggressive attitude and shove it up her. Deep breaths. I'm calm. She's the one in trouble. Huge trouble. I'm going to destroy her career and destroy her life if she doesn't start acting like an actually decent human towards me and start showing me genuine and adequate respect and love. She'd best understand it extremely damn well and believe I'm plenty capable and willing to follow through if she's going to have a stupid, toxic, pretentious attitude towards this instead of act how she should. She was the one blatantly enjoying swimming in chaos and extremely badly disrespecting and neglecting me and leaving me in the dark for years about what was really happening behind the scenes, herself even exacerbating my problems for her own selfish gain, entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests. Where does she think she's going to come up with some fabricated justification from to treat me this way? She's literally doing the same exact kind of thing she's been doing all along, being as vague and intentionally confusing and frustrating as possible while laughing at some secret web of slander about me happening behind the scenes, behind my back. And I'm in trouble? I don't think so.
Okay. So, when was the last time I streamed? Oh my gosh. Okay. So, let's address the elephant in the room. Okay, so we're having a vid and GTA and oh gosh, okay, so as you guys know, I have a bit of an addictive personality, so I played a lot of GTA the past half year. I played a lot, like a lot. And my health got really bad. Like my IRL health got really bad. I started to get like really bad muscle aches. I stopped exercising. I stopped eating well. I stopped taking care of myself. I stopped taking care of my apartment and my cleanliness, and my whole life started to like fall apart around me. I think I played way too much GTA because I just ended up, my life just started crumbling around me. Like, after 5 months of playing so much GTA, I don't know how streamers do it. Like, I genuinely don't know how streamers do it. Like, it's so hard to stream so many hours and be so immersed in a game while taking care of yourself. It's so hard. I don't know how people do it. Like, oh my god. Anyway, so yeah, maybe if I was younger, but like your girl is aging gracefully. Let me just say that. So Yeah, my body can't handle it anymore, and I found out too late because about a month ago, I think I just had like a mental breakdown, and I just couldn't like get out of bed, and I was just really overwhelmed, and I'm just like, oh my god, like everything hurts. I'm so behind on everything in life, and like I can't get out of bed. Um, so that was hard for sure. And then I just knew that like I couldn't get on the PC. I just couldn't get on my PC again for like until I figured my shit out. Like it was so hard. I was like mentally so boom. Yeah, dude, it was so much grinding. And you guys know how I am at this point. Like when I get really overwhelmed and I shut down, I just need time to myself to like reconfigure my brain and my life. I just need to like catch up on everything in my life. So, yeah, that's what I was doing for the past month-ish I was gone.
Okay, this is really weird. First of all, I'm pretty sure I've said this before already, but I've never been trying to get Kimmy or anyone else to play GTA at all, nor do I benefit at all from it, nor am I at all appeased or forced to change my position at all by it. I've never been trying to get anyone to play GTA, and nobody has any real leverage over me because of it. It came out of nowhere for me to even see Kimmy play it, and I don't really understand if there's some alternative meaning behind it. I'm not surprised Kimmy had a mental breakdown and felt what sounds like extreme issues with motivation and general mental health. It's become a pattern that when she really pushes me away and forces me to start to really cut her off from my energy, she starts suffering badly. She's been benefiting from my presence in her life so much from the very beginning, and instead of being wonderful to me like I am to her, she's a complete demon and just expects to keep taking. But publicly, she paints herself like some angel and says things like she's able to give a safe space for anyone she's with and expects that in return. Yeah, right. I'm really not going to keep just being kind and getting taken advantage of anymore. This time I'm going to really make sure this worthless, selfish, ungrateful psychopath loser actually feels my energy being gone and really understands how much she needs me in her life and to be actually really good to me, because she really couldn't be further from being good to me at all right now. And it's been the same way essentially from the beginning, when I now see what was really happening behind the scenes all along with the conspiracies to murder me that she's clearly been involved in. Instead of trying to mess around with her room and makeup and thinking of GTA or whatever other petty stupidity, Kimmy should be thinking of how to approach a direct communication with me and meeting me in person again and actually being sexually intimate with me in private and spending our lives together, extremely frequently being physically sexually intimate for hours upon hours every day for the rest of eternity. And if she won't, I'll destroy her life. I don't care if that's an ultimatum or whatever. I really don't. I haven't suffered how I have for no reason or for some ulterior motive. I've really always meant what I've been saying about my feelings for her.
And the reason why I'm not going to TwitchCon is because I think TwitchCon just was placed very inconveniently for me this year, because this is my birthday weekend, and usually I just like chilling on my around my birthday, because every year around my birthday is like a time for me to reflect on my life, and I just really enjoy like aging peacefully. I just like aging peacefully. I don't know about you guys, but I just like spending time by myself, and I don't like it being like a big thing either. So yeah, thanks guys. My birthday's on Monday, so that wasn't the only reason why, but that was like the tipping factor, I'd say. The tipping factor was just that I just wanted to like stay comfy this weekend, and like I've been to the past 10 TwitchCons. 10! 10! I counted. I've been to 10 TwitchCons. Or 9. No, 9. I've been to 9 because there wasn't a TwitchCon during COVID. So I've been to 9 TwitchCons. And I'm just like, I think this year I'm just gonna spend some time by myself this year. So yeah, I'm kind of a Twitch grandma. I know I've been to TwitchCons ever since 2015, which is crazy. I'm drinking some jasmine green tea, which is so yummy.
I really don't care that Kimmy didn't go to TwitchCon. It doesn't matter either way. It wasn't going to appease me or benefit me or force me to shut up or change my position at all, whether she did or didn't. I also don't really care what she says she prefers about her birthday. Whether she considers this release a birthday present or her worst unwanted nightmare of nightmares, I'm still releasing it and my position remains what it is. She'd have to be extremely mentally ill for me having such genuine, warm, fundamentally healthy feelings for her to be her worst nightmare. And even if that were true, that means she's the one that needs to recognize that's the real reason she's suffering so much in general in life, and she's the one that needs to adjust her mindset to be conducive to her actually feeling genuinely happy in life, not me. It makes me sad and hurts a lot that Kimmy would rather be alone and distance herself from me on her birthday rather than embrace my feelings as the best birthday present she ever could have gotten from anyone. But maybe she'll have a change of heart and decide to start acting at least somewhat actually sane and like an actually decent human towards me. I don't know. I just know I'll absolutely destroy her life without mercy or regrets if she doesn't. Also, now that I think about it, I've noticed Kimmy comment on what she's drinking many times in the past. Is this something else that's supposed to communicate some kind of alternative meanings? I really don't know. It doesn't appease me or benefit me or force me to change my position at all. There's nothing Kimmy or anyone else can drink or eat on stream or in a YouTube video or any other content that gives them any leverage over me or appeases me or forces me to change my position at all. Even though that should have been obvious, I'm really going to have to be that meticulous about refuting any significance to all this strange stuff, I guess.
I went to TwitchCon when half of you guys were still in your mother's womb. Wait, that's crazy. Like, I think I've actually been to TwitchCons where some of you guys weren't even born yet. That's crazy, because, like, wait, well, yeah, I'm sure there's some people in here that are, like, 10 years old, right? My first TwitchCon was before you were born. Wow. Wait, okay, what were you guys doing when you were 15 years old? Yeah, what were you doing in 2015? Man, I just started streaming on Twitch.
This was a really weird dialogue, at least to me. I personally found it especially strange and out of place how Kimmy all of a sudden randomly asked what people were doing when they were 15 years old, and it set off this really strange line of thinking in my brain for some reason. I guess it sounds pretty weird, but I'll just say it because why not? I don't owe Kimmy or anyone else anything, and she's treating me worse than garbage, so she deserves to be exposed if I'm right, and deserves to see how much she's hurting me and driving me crazy in the worst possible way at this point, even if I'm wrong. 15 years old. I remember Kimmy's mentioned she's known Edison since she was 15 years old. It randomly popped into my head that Kimmy strangely felt compelled at one point to casually mention her brother's seen her naked before. I feel like that's kind of weird now that I think about it, and she obviously wasn't talking about it happening when she's an adult, meaning it happened when she was younger. Edison was friends with her brother. I remember thinking that Kimmy's relationship with her brother is really weird, at least I'd say. Like, she streamed from his bedroom at one point. She seemed a little too comfortable in there to me. Among the things I've had to fight off as lies being told about me that people trying to destiny swap in existential attacks against me contained, one of them was some seemingly especially prominent false narrative that I somehow support incest or have engaged in it myself. I remember Jamie not that long ago specifically mentioning she doesn't support incest, which seemed a little strange to me. I have this really strange feeling like Kimmy's had sex with her brother when they were younger, or like done sexual things together. It's gross to think about. I mean, it doesn't change how I feel about her or my position on this conflict, but maybe that sex or sexual thing Kimmy did with her brother happened when they were 15? And then Edison is destiny swapping with Kimmy's brother? This sounds so weird, but somehow makes sense to me. Weird. Really weird. Well, I've never been trying to destiny swap with anyone. I feel like Kimmy's asking this question to fish for information that Edison would likely try to leverage against me behind the scenes so they can screw over everything I've been doing. Maybe there's some triangle of abuse against me with like Kimmy, Edison, and Kimmy's brother or something. Well, too bad, idiots. I won't say what I was doing at 15, but I will say what I wasn't doing at 15, engaging in any kind of at all consensual sexual activities with my biological sibling. Gross. Ugh. Even just thinking of doing anything sexual with any of my biological relatives sickens me in the most unpleasant, unwanted kind of way. I still feel how I do about Kimmy though, and don't even care if she wants me to call her my sister intimately. I'll say it to her every day if it'll get her grinding her butt up against me, especially in classy latex clothing. Just putting that out there in case she or anyone else thinks there's some kind of leverage over me or it's some kind of limitation if she likes being called a sister in sexual intimacy. It's kind of weird and it's not a fetish of mine, but I don't feel like judging her super hard for it, and I wouldn't be turned off by it. I mean, I don't see how they'd be related, but I guess a latex fetish is kind of weird too, and she probably wouldn't judge me for it or be turned off by it either, so I think it wouldn't be a problem. Also, I find it extremely strange that Kimmy equates what were you guys doing when you were 15 years old and what were you guys doing in 2015 as if they're the same thing. What kind of weird assumption? Everyone's born in the year 2000? What even is this? I don't understand. I've never heard of anyone speaking that way before in my entire life. It sounds extremely schizo. I mean, logically, it's extremely blatantly schizo. I was not 15 years old in 2015, and neither was Kimmy or most other people in the world. Anyways, I'm not trying to be overly harsh and judgmental for that little detail. I won't comment on what I was doing in 2015 either. I have no good reason to, and again, only see it facilitating others harming me with how things have been, which I don't want, need, or deserve at all in my life. But once again, I most certainly was not engaging in any kind of at all consensual sexual activities with my biological sibling. Also, just in case anyone might get some really weird idea from my wording, I haven't unconsensually engaged in any sexual act with my biological sibling ever either. But maybe Kimmy forced herself onto her brother unconsensually. Or maybe the other way around. I don't know. What I do know is that nobody has any real leverage or control over me as a result of anything I did at 15 years old. But I'm pretty sure that's not the case for Kimmy.
Okay, now that a few of you have gathered, I can tell you guys another reason why I took a break from streaming in my PC for a bit. And that's because Drum roll. We moved in. No, okay. Because Angel's ASMR is officially returning to YouTube tomorrow. Woo! The video is already up and ready to be released tomorrow, probably in the evening, PST. And Angel's ASMR is back in business moving forward. I don't know if I should announce this now. You know what? Why not? Why not? So, I've been preparing for... Oh gosh, once I say it, it's gonna be real though. There's like no backing out once I say it. Oh my god. Oh god, okay. Okay, so... Oh my god. It's gonna be official once I say it. It's gonna be official. I've been preparing for... Okay, my OGs know how meaningful this is when I say it. I've been preparing for not only an ASMR comeback, but posting and keeping up with 2 videos a week on YouTube from now on. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. 2 full-length ASMR videos on Angel's ASMR every week. Oh god, and ASMR Mondays are now back. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, there's no going back. So that's why that's what I've been that's what I have been preparing for. Delete the VOD. I regret everything. I regret saying that. I regret everything.
What is with all the oh my god? What is this? I'm feeling freaked out right now. Is this supposed to mean some kind of alternative hidden meaning? What does it mean? I don't understand. I've been following Kimmy for so many years and I still don't get it. I feel extremely deeply concerned. 2 videos a week. I certainly wasn't working towards that. Kimmy could be making 2 ASMR videos a day, and that wouldn't give anyone any leverage over me or appease me or force me to shut up or change my position at all. And do ASMR Mondays have some separate alternative meaning that's been hidden too? I don't understand. I'm so angry and concerned. Why is she freaking out so much? There's no way that's just from feeling stressed of having the workload of making ASMR videos more often, right? I really feel deeply concerned. I wasn't trying to work towards this, nor do I benefit from it at all. Again, I'd love to hear Kimmy whisper to me if we had the kind of connection I've been after having with her, but not with how things have been. I just get really stressed out every time she makes ASMR. It's been this way for many years already. There's no going back? No going back from what? Am I just overreacting to her being dramatic here because Kimmy probably thought I'm incompetent or unwilling to release something like this release, and she would have had to do this 2 ASMR videos a week thing if I didn't? But now that I've done this and attacked so many false narratives and people conspiring to try to keep me stuck and suppressed in life, she doesn't have to anymore? Was she just panicking because she was being lied to so badly and being forced to make more ASMR as if it appeases me or benefits me or forces me to shut up or change my position? I don't know. Regardless, I'm not doing this to make her life easier. Again, I've been saying extremely clearly why I'm doing this. Whether it makes her life easier or harder, I don't really care anymore, to be completely honest. And I imagine it'd make her life a lot easier if she'd just embrace what I want, and a lot harder if she doesn't. Which I have no issue with exacerbating as much as possible and making her intolerably miserable if she's going to continue to hurt me so badly.
Just don't do too much and burn out. So that has been the reoccurring issue in my life. I get really obsessed about something, and then I burn out, and then I disappear for like 2 months because I get really overwhelmed and spiral and existential crises. But we will tackle that hurdle if it comes. Is all I know. My mental breakdowns, it keeps things spicy. It keeps things interesting. So so that is what we got planned for now, at least. So more content to come, TLDR. Oh my gosh, yeah, that's for future Kimmy to worry about. But present Kimmy is gonna try her best. Yeah.
What kind of attitude is this? Under these circumstances, are you serious right now? This woman seriously needs to get shaken to her core about how serious the reality of the situation she's in right now really is. This is not funny. This is not a joke. This is not lighthearted fun. This is not a game for me. I'm seriously launching a full-out existential assault against Kimmy and all of her associates completely unapologetically, and I will destroy many people's lives if I'm not given the connection with Kimmy that I want. I know I deserve it. I know I want it. I'd best get it. These stupid mind games and constantly trying to trigger me and abuse me into driving me crazy and making me self-destruct aren't going to work. These murder plots aren't going to work. The more you try, the worse it will become for all of you. This is my life we're talking about, my future, and I know that the role I want Kimmy to have in my future is most certainly not the one that others seem so dead set on trying to force her to have in my life. I'm not a puppet or a slave or a pawn for anyone, and I have absolutely no desire or willingness to allow people to try to force me into living some miserable life they're trying to force on me, where they try to make it seem like I want or deserve to be denied of the connection with Kimmy that I've sacrificed so much because I've genuinely known from the beginning how badly I really want what I do. She'll tackle that hurdle when it comes. Well, it's come. This release is already irrefutable evidence of the conspiracies to murder me. So many people's plotting to rob me of my soul, rob me of my future, rob me of all the credit for my work, deny me of things they know fully well I want and deserve and are in reality long overdue. Hiding away and crying in bed for another month or two isn't going to solve this, Kimmy. You need to speak to me and you need to start treating me properly. You know what I want and you know I deserve it. So start showing me the love and respect I deserve, or else.
As for GTA, Kimmy and GTA need a break. Kimmy and GTA, we need a little break. Kimmy's not sure when she's coming back to GTA, but for now, we need a break. Like, I played way too much and I almost killed myself. So, sorry, that was like an extreme usage of words. I played too much and I burnt myself out. So for now, GTA and Kimmy. Yeah, I just have zero self-control. It's just too addicting. Oh my god, it's too addicting. But once GTA 6 comes out, I will definitely be there. Definitely. Surely. When GTA 6 comes out, surely it'll come out one day. Yeah, I also saw that GTA was kind of dead. Like, not many people play anymore, which was like kind of convenient timing to my break. I feel a lot less bad about taking a break once I saw everyone stop playing GTA, but yeah, what's that drink? Is it lemonade? No, it's cold brewed jasmine green tea. I cold brew jasmine green tea in my refrigerator. It's really good. Oh my god, everyone left because of me? Oh my god, stop! Oh my god, was it me? Wow. Slay. It's because September Foods isn't there anymore, wow.
I've mentioned the GT before in emails to my mailing list a couple times, I'm pretty sure. But I made it rather clear I was referring to the Greater Toronto Area, which is a collection of cities around and including the city of Toronto in Canada in real life. I've never even mentioned Grand Theft Auto in all the years I've communicated with anyone until it started becoming something Kimmy started talking about in more recent times. It seems its significance was rather clearly, massively hidden from me, extremely deviously to push these extremely false narratives behind my back and torment me and try to destroy my life with all these people extremely seriously conspiring to murder me for so long. I have no particular interest in Grand Theft Auto 6, whether playing it myself or having anyone else play it. I do not want, need, or benefit at all from anyone at all communicating otherwise, and they certainly do not have any real leverage over me in what they're doing. I've lived in the Greater Toronto Area for the majority of my life, and I don't remember exactly why I'd mentioned it in the past, but I want to make sure I've made it very clear that I didn't have any ulterior motives behind what it meant, and anyone that's been trying to twist it somehow to make it seem like I've ever wanted, needed, or benefited at all from anyone playing Grand Theft Auto is not me, nor are they anyone acting at all with my consent, wishes, or best interests.
You know what's crazy though? Whenever I'm in my lowest points in life, ASMR always heals me back to normal. This past month, I've been doing nothing but listening to ASMR, filming ASMR, testing out new ASMR things. Just every single day, I've been working on ASMR, and I feel like every day it like healed me back to life again. So that is one thing about ASMR that I really enjoy. I have this habit of like kind of like burning myself out, but then I go back to ASMR and it heals me back up. So, yeah.
Look, I'm not trying to hate on Kimmy for liking ASMR. I was able to enjoy her ASMR in the beginning before she started becoming just an absolute nightmare, and I started feeling like a growing number of people in the world were conspiring to murder me, and she was one of the biggest influences trying to eliminate me for selfish gain. I still would be able to enjoy her ASMR if we had the proper kind of connection I'm after having with her. I'm not trying to shame her for liking ASMR or something like that. But at this point, her obsession with ASMR is certainly coming off increasingly, obviously, extremely unhealthy. Using ASMR to avoid her real-life problems that will destroy her life and the lives of those close to her is not healing her. This is enabling her unhinged psychopath narcissist behavior and the additional mental illnesses that layer on top and make her an increasing nightmare for herself and everyone around her.
I think like different ASMR is good for like different like moods you're in as well. Like if you're feeling kind of lonely and down in life and you kind of just need to know someone else is out there in the world, I really like listening to ASMR artists who are very engaging, who whisper, who like talk a lot. I like listening to those.
Why does Kimmy feel lonely when I want to speak to her and help her and be with her so badly? Maybe this is just massive manipulation, and it might be given her track record of how she's treated me, but she's making it sound like she desperately wants to reach out to me and someone else is literally forcing her not to, like she's being threatened with blackmail or something to force herself to stay away. What the hell is this? I need answers. I need results. These stupid, petty, toxic, underhanded things are not an answer or a result. This is abuse and stupidity. Why is Kimmy listening to ASMR if she feels so lonely and down instead of even seriously trying to talk to me. What the hell? She complains about feeling lonely and yet behaves this way, and she thinks I won't absolutely destroy her life mercilessly? What an idiot! God damn! Ugh, what is this?
So yeah. Oh, another thing I was working on the past however long I was gone was that, like, you guys know I make candles, but I've been like really enjoying making candles these days. It's like my little side hobby. I put little stars, and I've been making so many candles.
I don't hate candles or have some massive issue with Kimmy or anyone else enjoying making candles. I really want to make sure it's clear that nothing I'm addressing is being addressed from some place of pettiness, but I want it to be extremely clear that this candle thing wasn't ever something I've been working towards or benefit from or am appeased by or that can or will ever at all force or somehow cause me to change my position on this conflict at all. The whole stars thing, I have a weird feeling this candle thing has something to do with Celine. I've been getting this really strange feeling of Celine doing some seriously shady blackmail type thing to Kimmy behind the scenes for a long time now. I guess it's part of their dynamic that a lot of other people also do similar things to, but Celine seems to continue to be a big problem for me. Again, I was never trying to make this personal with Celine. I just want to make sure it's extremely clear I'll never validate her being with Kimmy. I will never validate her denying me of Kimmy or trying to force me to share so she can constantly try to eliminate me from the equation. I might not know a lot of these hidden meanings behind certain things, but I'm not stupid. I can see a lot of things too, you know?
Okay, so we have yapped a lot.
Right. Self-reporting that you're just spewing manipulative, deviously abusive things towards me while you pretend you're a good person. Like usual, literally made a career out of it and you're still not cancelled or forced to stop or change or anything. The corruption is really unbelievable. In the government, in entertainment, in everything. You're really going to crash and burn when I destroy you if you continue like this. Mark my words. I want it to be extremely clear that I'm not validating this yapping to continue to torment and harm my life like this. I haven't been trying to let myself get sacrificed ever.
For the first time in Angels ASMR history, we are moving forward with two videos a week. I know, we're making history. We are making history! So, we're gonna keep the Sunday uploads, and I think I'm going to add in Thursday uploads. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I even said that.
I already mentioned any ASMR isn't going to appease me or offer anyone leverage over me. I don't understand the significance of Thursday, if there is one. Any reason? Just because it's around the middle of the week, or what? There's nothing special about Thursdays for me. There never was. This is all so strange.
I'm so tired. I'm so tired. I'm just gonna set up for ASMR. Wow, it's been a while, huh? 38 minutes and I'm already over it.
I've never seen Kimmy seem so miserable to be streaming. She really can pretend well, but 38 minutes and I'm already over it. I've never seen her have that kind of attitude. There are so many strange things going on. I'm not trying to force Kimmy to stream, and I wouldn't expect or force her to stream if we were together. It doesn't appease me or force me to change my position or benefit me or anything, whether Kimmy does or doesn't stream. And at this point, it seems I'm just going to have to keep increasingly, extremely brutally exposing her every time she tries to cover up everything I exposed from the last time she tried to continue extremely deviously robbing my energy and trying destiny swap type things on me until I actually completely destroy her career because she runs out of blatantly fake excuses to try to underhandedly slander me and try to justify how she's extremely viciously, relentlessly abused me for years, extremely unjustly, and faced absolutely no real consequences whatsoever for it, and I've literally gotten absolutely no real compensation or reward whatsoever for enduring it all.
What's crazy is that, like, I thought I would be more sad about turning 32, especially as a girl in this society. But oh my god, I do not miss being in my 20s. Like, being in your 20s is just, oh my gosh, it's just so hard. Because your brain isn't fully developed, and all of your friends' brains are also not fully developed. So you're just in a whole world of chaos all the time. And not only that, but there's like so much expectations on 20-year-olds for some reason. The world has like so many expectations on 20-year-olds. So yeah, 20s is like pure chaos. It's like crazy to me that a lot of you guys saw my entire 20s on, like, a lot of my 20s was literally like on the internet. That's crazy to me. Like, I feel like we grew up together. Dude, my 20s was a shit show. Oh my god. Like, I spent my entire 20s just like in severe mental health, like, chaos. Oh my gosh. I'm kind of embarrassed knowing that, like, that's all on the internet forever. Like, all of the times I have just absolutely raged in League of Legends games. Like, that is going to be on the internet forever now. It's kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. But yeah, so I really do feel like we grew up together, you guys. Like, I've seen you guys for so many years now, and you know, we're all still here, and we're all still here to say that life gets better. Just keep on going. Once you hit 30, things just start making sense. Like, things just start making sense once you turn 30. I don't know how else to explain it. So yeah, we're all getting old, and here's to getting even older. Whoa.
Take note. Irrefutable evidence that Kimmy herself admits her mental health was an absolute mess and she was a nightmare probably to most people in her life her entire 20s. But here's the thing. That doesn't just suddenly magically disappear because she became 30. That's many years of being a nightmare and doing a lot of extremely messed up things. She talks like she's over it now and mentally healthy, but she's clearly still extremely mentally ill. Why is Kimmy even concerned about having raged in League of Legends games? I mean, I couldn't care less. It's a video game. You might get angry. It is what it is. Why does this even matter to her? How is that what she's trying to talk about as if it's the primary indicator of mental health or something? Ridiculous. I guess I can kinda resonate with a sentiment that we grew up together in a sense. I've given Kimmy more attention I actually wanted to give than anyone else I ever have known. A lot more. I've communicated with her and opened up to her a lot more than I ever did anyone I've ever considered a friend or any kind of romantic prospect in the past. I don't feel my core core value or my mental framework as a whole has really changed. But I've reached a point where I'm finally able to not just come off like I have mental illness to others as they try to extremely viciously, endlessly stir drama and chaos in my life, entirely at my expense and against my consent, wishes, and best interests. I guess distinguishing growing up from changing fundamentally as a person is pretty relevant. I wouldn't say my life has gotten any better. It would get better if Kimmy would finally start actually acting like a decent person towards me, but that really seems so uncertain and certainly isn't happening right now. I'm getting so angry already thinking about what manipulation and abusive, toxic, infuriating garbage people are going to come up with or reveal next that might make me have to expose even more things publicly and start attacking even more people's careers instead of me just finally getting to start to be happy with Kimmy in my life properly.
My neighbor has a kid, and the kid is always crying. Even Snowball is like, what the fuck? Oh my gosh. I just get 8 more cats. Okay, sorry, I am just like rambling now.
Her neighbor has a kid. Hasn't she streamed several times from the place she lives at and never had any noises of children in the background? This disturbs me extremely deeply. I don't know if I'm just really overthinking it because I'm extremely stressed right now and really angry. I won't think too much about it. I was already going to address the possibility of Kimmy already secretly having a child later in this release anyways. More importantly, Kimmy just casually admitted that she's crying every day, in her own words. So she just talked about having mental breakdowns, crying every day, feeling lonely. I feel like she's painted quite an obvious picture of what she's trying to imply is going on in her life right now. She's extremely sad and miserable and lonely without. And it's obviously only going to get much, much worse if she continues to resist the connection with me that I've always been after having with her and retaining forever. I don't want her lonely and miserable. Again, I don't know if this is massive manipulation or what, but I want it extremely clear that I wasn't trying to work towards destroying her life all along. I genuinely want to be with her. She clearly doesn't seem okay just having Snowball. I don't doubt that Snowball brings her happiness, but if she's having regular mental breakdowns, crying every day, and listening to ASMR probably daily or near daily because it helps her deal with loneliness, it certainly sounds like Snowball is never going to really replace a deep, intimate life partnership with another human for Kimmy, and she recognizes that rather painfully clearly no matter how cold she might try to be. I still don't really understand if there's alternative meanings behind the whole cat thing exactly. I really don't have a problem with Snowball, or cats in general, really, and I imagine Kimmy might talk so much about her cat because she doesn't have someone so amazing to spend a lot of time with that she'd rather talk to and or about that person instead of just a cat that runs around and eats food and sleeps all day. I'm extremely serious about never wanting children. Again, I'm not talking about having any kind of issue with a pet like Snowball when I say that. I'm talking about human children. I'm saying I don't want to impregnate anyone, neither literally nor somehow metaphorically. I believe that Kimmy would have been willing to have children with me if I really wanted them. I mean, she basically wouldn't have really had a choice, I guess, but that doesn't matter. I'm pretty sure she's never actually wanted children with me, and I genuinely much prefer it that way. I wasn't joking when I said not wanting children is something I specifically look for in a partner. I myself most certainly do, always have, and always will much prefer just having a good time in life without children. I've literally been saying this over and over for years. Also, I'm not going to think about it too much, but I definitely don't consider it necessary or preferable for Kimmy to get 8 more cats. That definitely seems excessive. I think she was just joking. I hope she was just joking.
What is the meaning of life? My meaning of life is to try your best to make a positive impact with all your actions. And that way you can leave the earth without any regrets. Well, yeah, that's my meaning for life, at least. My meaning of life is to just understand that everyone's human, and we should all take care of each other. And we should all do our best to take care of each other. And yeah, just to try our best to not be carried away by society and politics and capitalism and all this stuff that takes us away from being human, and instead just do our best to be good people and to take care of each other. Yeah, that is how I try to live my life, and in that way, no matter when I leave this earth, I will leave it peacefully without regrets. Yeah. Sorry, that got really deep.
What the bloody hell is this? Oh my... Again, this mass murder, blood-boiling, rage-inducing nightmare energy. I'm beyond livid. Again, Kimmy talking about her supposed meaning in life, but in reality, the way she lives her life, it couldn't be further from the truth. Try your best to make a positive impact with your actions? But you run a huge smear campaign and help all the horrible, demonic, selfish, hateful frauds from my past conspire to murder me and slander me and ruin my life and leave me homeless, eating out of trash cans and scared for my life every day for being a good person that always just wanted to make the world a better place? Understand everyone's human and we should take care of each other? Are you goddamn serious? What the bloody hell part of what Kimmy's put me through does this worthless, heartless, psychopath, maniac scum think demonstrates even the slightest bit of taking care of me or treating me with any human decency? And what, she expects me to still try to care so much for her and be good to her and stroke her ego and tell her she's a good person? Fraud! Massive fraud! This whole time, I've been not getting carried away by society and politics and capitalism and whatever else might try to rob me of my humanity. But Kimmy's been stealing all that amazing energy from me and laughing as she wrecked my life and watched me get kicked when I'm down over and over, and to this day actively, fully, consciously, and intentionally is participating in conspiring to murder me. This is her idea of being a good person and taking care of each other? Fraud! Worthless scum! The lowest of the low! Nightmare of nightmares! Every day, increasingly more so these days, I actively fear for my safety and life. I've been increasingly deeply concerned that even more attempts to murder me are coming at me, and I might not be able to survive because I've been so extremely brutally deprived of all my resources to the point I don't even have proper goddamn shoes to walk around in. No money, no friends, no relationship, no real or adequate respect or love or trust or anything really meaningful or pleasant or that I've been desiring and trying so extremely hard to work towards having in my life, no matter how hard I try. No real support, nothing. The most I have to try to rely on is my own willpower and the spiritual protection I can only hope and pray I have entirely of my own continued immense efforts. I've been left out to die while people try to destroy my life with lies and send out hitmen to murder me regularly like it's nothing. But I can tell you one thing. Oh, I can tell you one thing. I will not leave peacefully. I couldn't be further from peaceful. Deep in my soul, I want to extremely, viciously, brutally torment and destroy and inflict utmost pain and misery and suffering on every single pathetic, worthless, loser, scum demon that has brought my life to this point and literally been trying to sacrifice me so they can selfishly steal from me, no matter how much they know I obviously don't want or deserve it. No matter how much further from wanting or deserving it, I've went above and beyond to make it extremely painfully apparent to them that I always have been and always will be. They will not get peace, none of them. I will haunt their reality and make it their worst nightmare like nothing or nobody can ever imagine. I am not at rest. I will never be at rest. I couldn't be further from at rest. And then this idiot apologizes for being deep after clearly intentionally going out of her way to once again make me seem like some fraud and like I've been the problem all along and deserved everything that I've been put through and how miserable my existence has become and how I'm constantly under the threat of being murdered when I couldn't be further from wanting or deserving it, trying to guilt trip me and deviously make me look like a bad person for being upset again, like you have all these years you've been conspiring to murder me? Why the bloody hell are you apologizing? You know exactly what you're doing, and you're just continuing to be a complete demon and extremely fake and evil and destructive. Sorry? You couldn't be further from sorry. Damn you. Go to hell.
You can always make money, okay? You have your whole life to make money. There's no rush. Everybody has their own time in life.
Oh my... I'm really going to snap. I'm really going to snap. I really can't deal with this goddamn insanity anymore. I really can't keep living like this. I really don't care if I come off hateful giving my perspective on this. I'm not going to see this insanity and be over here trying to be nice and polite about it while people are literally conspiring to murder me and actively trying to suppress and sabotage everything I do no matter how hard I try. Once again, this massive fraud says some extremely stupid, nice-sounding PR, politically correct, damage control garbage to try to make herself seem like a good person, like she's a goddamn motivational speaker and so kind-hearted and all this, but she's just masking how horrible and evil she really is. As long as I keep working towards my goals, I'll reach them, but instead of cuddling with Kimmy right now, I'm homeless, eating out of trash cans, scared for my safety and life constantly, and subjected to such rage-inducing, constant existential assaults trying to trigger me and drive me crazy that anyone normal would have already lost their mind and probably have died long ago because of. I feel despised by all of humanity, and my life has been nothing but a perpetual sheer, unwanted, undeserved, hellish nightmare of nightmares ever since I can recall any memories, even down to strange recollections of what feels like memories stored in my DNA from experiences of being extremely viciously tortured, tormented, and abused by my parents when I was an infant, far too young to even have conscious memories. Wow, such profound advice from this worthless fraud. As long as I keep working towards my goals, I'll reach them. Yeah, keep holding on to your unbelievably ridiculous, extremely severe delusions that's spewing some complete drivel trying to give completely false hope to me. Thinking I'll be manipulated into privately giving you information about my life, you go and slander and gossip about me to other people so you can try to destiny swap with me and leave my life in shambles while you selfishly gain off conspiring to murder me is going to work. Keep refusing to ever communicate with me actually properly and decently and honestly with genuine intentions and see where that leaves you, because it's never going to work ever again, and I already know that with absolute certainty. Not for Kimmy, not for anyone else. And this worthless, stupid, goddamn maniac thinks I give a damn if she releases 2 ASMR videos a week now? As if extremely clearly, thoroughly refuting that 1 ASMR video a week, or any consistency in her content in general, or any ASMR she could do in general, with the kind of connection we've had all these years, with her extreme antagonism and abuse and neglect towards me, would ever appease me or be indicative of anything pleasant or good or actually beneficial to me? No, it isn't. At all.
God, Snowball is so cute. She looks so at peace. She looks so peaceful. I just want to disturb her peace so badly. Just kidding. Oh my gosh. Was it me? I don't know who that was. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I did not expect her to yell that loudly. She was like, she was knocked out. Oh my gosh, she's so cute.
I really don't want to seem petty or disingenuous, but once again, more evidence of Kimmy's blatant, unapologetic cravings to disturb the peace of other beings. She's clearly not just kidding. I'm not going to start screaming at her for it. At this point, I'm just well beyond that. I'm going to shred her life apart if she's just going to try to extremely deviously through, like, metaphors or some weird behind-the-scenes narratives, treat me like I want or deserve to be treated, like I'm a pet to her, or even less than a pet to her. She obviously knew this would upset me to see after everything I've had to deal with, and I'd want to call her out for being blatantly, unapologetically, extremely fake, and still even now trying to make me seem like I'm the problem and I'm lazy or incompetent or don't want to be with her for real or something. She's there throwing pity parties for herself and talking about crying every day, but she doesn't goddamn want to speak to me? What a fraud. goddamn psychopath, narcissist, worthless, loser, scum. I just wanted to love Kimmy and be loved by her and be happy together forever, but she'd rather lie about being sad and crying and looking for excuses to use my feelings extremely viciously to make content and extremely deviously act like it's an even remotely appropriate response to try to treat me like I'm somehow appeased or forced to shut up or something because she tries to provide symbolism attacking my existence through her treatment of her cat. I'm going to take this opportunity to make sure I've made it extremely clear that nobody has any leverage over me as a result of Kimmy getting snowballed. It seems Kimmy must have some massive leverage over someone because of Snowball, but I can tell you for absolutely certain that it's not me. I don't know who it is.
Make sure to drink your water and relax because you deserve it. And remember to take care of yourself and have a great night, okay?
First Jamie and now again Kimmy with the drinking water. Who the hell are they talking to when they talk so much about drinking water? Like, it's some massive indicator of caring about the person. It definitely can't be me. I've already extremely clearly stated I don't need any reminders to drink water. I'm under so much stress that I already know I'd pretty much certainly have massive headaches and migraines daily if I didn't drink enough water. And I really don't need Kimmy's permission or encouragement to relax either. If she really believes I deserve it, then why doesn't she speak to me and actually give me relaxing experiences in life instead of lying to the world that her ASMR is some magical healing thing for me when it's just extremely stress and anxiety inducing at this point? I don't need anyone's reminder to take care of myself. I'm literally already doing the best I can with what I have, and I do that with myself, reminding myself because I genuinely love and respect and care about myself. I don't need someone to tell me, as if my value as a person or my existence as a whole needs someone else to validate it, as I desperately seek their praise for me to feel like I'm valuable and deserve to be treated with caring and loving, no matter how much people neglect to treat me properly. She's obviously not telling me to have a great night. She knows I'll have anything but a great night. She must know she and her associates are making my life an extremely brutal, unwanted nightmare of nightmares where everything is constantly falling apart and even my greatest efforts don't produce the results I want and deserve. Who the hell has a great night while people are constantly conspiring to murder them? How much more obvious could I make it? I really will never give humanity a chance ever again if I'm really not going to get the connection with Kimmy I've always wanted, starting in the very near future. Direct communication, extremely decisive action, making me feel extremely deeply loved and wanted and respected. It's not unclear what I'm talking about at all, and most certainly, absolutely unconditionally never going to even consider dating anyone else, literally no matter what, much less marriage or any even greater romantic and or sexual involvement with anyone. I'm not being funny. I'm not being sarcastic. I'm not trying to pursue ulterior motives. I'm not trying to push Kimmy away or leave her depressed or anxious or confused. I'm not trying to hurt her or anyone else. I'm speaking the truth, the complete truth, and I want and demand and deserve the results I've been after. And I will continue to increasingly, viciously, unapologetically, existentially assault anyone and anything that at all exists attempting to block me somehow. If that ultimately comes down to Kimmy herself actually just hating me that much and being that unattracted to me and unwilling to genuinely happily consent to the extensive in-person physical sexual intimacy I utmost crave having with her forever, then it only even more so enrages me and fuels my utmost deepest desire for bringing her worst unwanted nightmare of nightmares into reality to make her more than regret ever being born to incomparably, insurmountably torment and haunt my existence with such an unbelievably, incomprehensibly evil, cruel, miserable existence she's chosen to have. I just want me and Kimmy to be together and be happy, and I've always wanted to show her how great it really would be if she just let it into her heart and into her life with a genuinely open enough mind. But it really seems her mental health issues and whatever else are just too great, so I'm just going to have to never date anyone ever, never accept any rewards at all for all my efforts, never validate what her or any of her associates or anyone else has ever done to me in denying me of her at all, and watch the world burn to the ground for everyone being absolutely unconditionally irredeemable losers and worthless subhuman scum that can't even begin to even seriously approach a level of intellectual and emotional awareness and enlightenment that I've already long achieved as the ruler of this pathetic, reeking dumpster fire, hellhole, unwanted nightmare of nightmares planet called Earth, in this worthless universe, in this worthless dimension of nothing I've ever really wanted or deserved, existing in the state it should be. I've genuinely never been more hurt by anything in my entire existence, nor can anything ever come anywhere even remotely close to hurting me this much, and I'm genuinely, absolutely, unconditionally unwilling to ever move on or even attempt to forget or forgive Kimmy or anyone else for how they've treated me. You give me an unbelievably intolerable, absolutely unconditional, inescapable, unwanted, hellish nightmare of nightmares, undeservedly with your absolutely unconditional, unrestrained, malicious intent you so extremely painfully clearly had from the beginning, and I'll give you the same in return, except that you couldn't possibly be any more absolutely, thoroughly deserving of it. I really don't care who you are. When I say I love Kimmy, this is not what I love at all. This is not what I wanted. This is not what I've been pursuing or willing to tolerate, ever validating at all. This is my absolute worst, unwanted nightmare of nightmares, and I really know deepest in my soul, in all of its authenticity and greatness, that I don't deserve it even slightly. Through the power of God or whatever creator or source of existence you choose to believe in or neglect any belief in or recognition of or attention to, I exist and I am who I am. Leslie's existence has had an extremely strange relevance to my life from the very beginning. How she happened to be present for the first Toronto meetup Kimmy was a part of, the one I didn't attend, and then for some reason specifically wasn't present for the one I did attend. And then how I ended up having to send her Discord DMs many years ago because Kimmy closed her own Discord DMs after being really strangely rejecting and distant and disingenuous towards me. And then how at one point in time I literally witnessed Kimmy fully leak Leslie's cell phone number publicly by reaching Leslie's voicemail and letting her phone completely leak it live on stream. And then how Leslie even ended up making a song where she's strangely waiting for a text or a call from someone, and that somehow was extremely strangely violating my energy at some point in the past while I was dealing with so much chaos violating my energy and so many people existentially assaulting me over the years. It's also just generally extremely weird too how Leslie was officially dating Edison for years and their relationship reached the point of them being publicly engaged, but they ended up breaking up before actually getting married. Edison is someone Kimmy's known since, I believe she said she's known him since she was 15 years old, and she's never openly expressed sexual desire towards him, nor privately explicitly told me she's into him. But there's that strange comment I've mentioned before as one of the first things she told me, that she was still getting over someone who very well might not be that random dude that cheated on her in college. Regardless, I certainly see what I consider to be extremely deeply concerning reason that Kimmy and Edison are currently secretly married and might even literally have a child together. There was one point in the past while I was doing jail time for the death threats I never should have had to make as a result of the conspiracy to murder me that the extreme corruption in the Canadian justice system has been trying to cover up. As I mentioned in my last release, Kimmy went about 5 months or so without streaming and only releasing 1 or 2 YouTube videos that basically could have been pre-recorded. Basically just long enough to hide a pregnancy, since the first few months aren't really going to be obvious. It extremely deeply disturbs and hurts me that this possibility might be true. Not specifically Kimmy secretly being married to Edison. It was never something I wanted, needed, benefited from, or was at all trying to achieve or owed anyone to allow them to forcefully try to make it seem like I was validating for Kimmy to ever be married to anyone that isn't me, nor to ever have children with anyone, even including me. Even if she's secretly married to someone that isn't Edison, it certainly isn't me, and that already hurts a lot. Her having any children hurts even much more, and her having it with someone she knew since she was 15 years old and might have been secretly extremely physically attracted to, and might be the person she's talking about when she talks about being in love before and it being amazing or whatever, that really is hurtful beyond words to me. I'm also becoming increasingly, extremely, deeply, disturbingly concerned these days of Kimmy being pregnant, planning or trying to get pregnant, or ending up planning or trying to get pregnant. Whether with Edison or someone else, regardless of with who it might be or why, it's more or less equally, extremely, deeply disturbing and concerning to me. Such is not, never has been, and never will be something I at all want, need, deserve, or benefit from occurring. And I am not validating, have never validated, and will never validate it occurring. I'm going to reiterate that Kimmy should immediately get an abortion if she's pregnant, or ever for any reason gets pregnant in the future. Also, if I had it my way, if she already has any children, all of such children should be promptly eliminated. And no, I don't, never did, and never will care how dark that sounds or might be. Like I've said before, any such children never should have been born. They never should have even been conceived, as far as I'll ever be concerned, absolutely unconditionally. And to make sure I'm being extremely clear when I say children, I'm not talking about like if she considers her cat Snowball a child. I'm talking about actual human children. I've seen Kimmy have 2 different dogs and a cat in the years I've followed her, and I've genuinely never had any inherent issue with any of them. I also don't have any issue with pets in general. I've said this before. It's not like I'm jealous of the fact that Kimmy has had sexual intimacy with other people. I don't really care so much about her past sexual experiences. It's not like I'm saying this out of any desire to ever have seen her deprived of sexual intimacy with anyone except me. But there's a huge difference between being okay with even encouraging her to healthily experience some extent of sexual intimacy with others before we're together, so she can compare what we'd have together and ultimately hopefully enjoy it much more than any of that. The same as I'm sure I would enjoy being with her much more than I can ever imagine enjoying being with anyone else. And being at all okay with or encouraging or validating her getting carried away with it, and being okay with or actually getting pregnant ever with anyone for any reason. There are literally so many things one can do to ensure it's prevented, and she never should have gotten herself involved with someone as powerful as me and then decided to just give up on my clearly extremely strong feelings and connection with her that's only ever gotten stronger over time. Regardless, none of this ever has or ever will change how physically attractive I find Kimmy to be, nor how incomparably greatly I do, always have, and always will utmost crave hours upon hours of consensual, in-person, tender, physical sexual intimacy with her. I still can't imagine a greater pleasure life could ever have to offer than rubbing up against her latex-clad butt for hours every day, daily, forever, and never having children with her or anyone else, cuddling with her, and generally giving and receiving a lot of warmth to and from her with extremely deep intimacy, both sexually and non-sexually. But it certainly doesn't make me happy at all to even think about the possibility that Kimmy has given birth to a child before in general, much less with someone she's known for like literally more than half her entire life. And I certainly am not, never have been, and never will be desiring of or willing to tolerate any kind of cucked situation where I feel like I'm a third party in some marriage Kimmy has with someone else, and they're trying to watch me be intimate with Kimmy, or even simply somehow enjoying or benefiting from me, and Kimmy not being in an actually completely genuine and exclusively intimate in-person life partnership of the kind I've in reality always wanted and been doing everything in my power to try to achieve as quickly as possible, as healthily, fairly, and sincerely as at all possible. It's also only further extremely deeply disturbing to me that the very limited actual interaction at all I've ever had with Leslie has somehow been extremely badly deviously warped as some kind of validation to leave me in some kind of situation where it's as if I want, need, or deserve to be left looking and or feeling like I'm generally a homewrecker type and or generally somehow bad person, when in reality if Kimmy and Edison are actually secretly married, or Kimmy and anyone else are secretly married for that matter, they in reality did that by extremely deviously, viciously abusing my existence and lying about me, stealing from me, and conspiring to murder me as they attempted some kind of destiny swap thing that I feel Leslie is almost certainly somehow involved in. At this point, I'm quite convinced there's an additional triangle of abuse of Kimmy, Leslie, Edison among the many additional different combinations of triangles of abuse that can be formed among all the highly influential public figures I listed earlier and all of their associates and possibly any number of psychopaths I once called friends or family from my past. But Edison isn't really prominent as far as publicly visible influence goes, and I don't want to start throwing my energy around attacking people that might not deserve it, so I don't want to go too deep on trying to read into his relevancy into this situation. I just know I have an extremely dark and disturbing feeling that he's somehow been lying about me, stealing from me, and conspiring to murder me, obviously all entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests. Celine and Janet are among the primary targets I've set my sights on destroying the lives of because they were clearly involved in one of the most seriously damaging triangles of abuse present as part of the several conspiracies to murder me that have been formed over time to try to silence me from speaking the truth and fully exposing the extent of just how horrible literally every person I've ever been at all close to in my entire life really has been to me, with absolutely not even one exception. I suspect that if they didn't build their extremely false narratives about me through the Lily, Jamie, Arya triangle of abuse, then they built it off of the Kimmy, Leslie, Edison triangle of abuse. Or something like that. Regardless, I despise Celine and Janet all the same for their extremely clear involvement, participation, and facilitation in at least one of the several extremely serious conspiracies to murder me. I feel quite certain at this point that they've been doing some sort of defamation of me, stealing from me, and then conspiring to murder me with Kimmy to try to cover up their crimes. Jamie's still on her extremely deviously, viciously energy-stealing lies. Guess I should expose her some more to really solidify my point in regards to how much of a worthless scum narcissist psychopath she really is too.
I guess you guys would rather have me be clear than see what I'm doing.
I really don't care about seeing what Jamie does while she streams, nor do I care if I can see her appearance or whatever visuals of her stream clearly. I certainly prefer utmost clarity in the message of anyone speaking or somehow communicating to me what I need to address to make sure my soul isn't getting robbed from me, but the clearest way for Jamie to communicate any such potential issues to me obviously isn't through really indirect behavior or speech through her Twitch streams, but in reality, she obviously doesn't care about actually communicating anything clearly to me when she's conspiring to murder me with lies and stealing credit for what I do and trying to be enabled by Kimmy and others to do so endlessly. So I wouldn't say I'm surprised the lies are only continuing from this criminal that's a massive fraud.
I probably won't do gaming streams because like I only stream once a week and I think you guys like it when I'm like cooking.
Like I said, I haven't been following Jamie's online activity very closely at all. I certainly don't have any preference for what kind of content she produces. I don't have any particular want, need, or benefit from her cooking, entirely regardless of what food she cooks. I don't know for sure if cooking is also some kind of metaphor or something with some ulterior motive or meaning behind it, but I'm inclined to believe it does carry some kind of alternative meaning relevant to false narratives being purported about me behind the scenes. I want it to be extremely clear that I'm unaware of the details of such if it is, and I also don't want, need, or benefit from Jamie cooking anything in that regard either. I just want her completely out of my energy and any false narratives she's been trying to establish or perpetuate about me through her influence completely negated. Like I've been saying, she's only been having an extremely negative, damaging, unwanted nightmare impact on my existence with what is nothing short of a conspiracy to murder me she's been and clearly still is currently involved in that I'm still not benefiting from at all, at least certainly not how it matters to me, and I've actually been after all along in my efforts all these years of having the kind of connection with Kimmy that I want.
You know, like when I played games with everyone, I was like, damn, like I am so fucking funny. Like I'm like, I'm like, I'm so funny. I'm good at games. But yeah, I always think about it, I'm like, I could have essentially just continued being like a gaming streamer. I feel like it probably would have worked out, but I chose not to. Like, isn't that kind of cool? Like, I'm just so passionate about cooking and other forms of content creation that I decided not to do gaming. I don't know. Yeah, I used to play a lot of games. Actually, I've kind of been doing more of my roots. Like, I've been watching more anime and playing more games. Maybe I'm like getting older or something.
Again, I have no want or need to pettily hate on Jamie, but I've never thought she's funny, nor particularly good at video games. She probably could have just continued being a gaming streamer and still seen professional success that way, and I have no benefit from whether she does or doesn't choose to play video games on stream more now, just as I never benefited from her ever doing so less or ceasing completely from it. I don't really care at all that Jamie is passionate about cooking and other forms of content creation. I don't really think it's cool or interesting at all. I'm literally livid beyond words that I'm still stuck having to address blatant lies about me that I have to deal with watching this moron psychopath be a bumbling idiot so I can expose it all. There's nothing cool at all about Jamie to me. I don't care or benefit at all from Jamie watching more or less anime or playing more or less video games, whether she at all produces content out of it or not. Like I said, I feel my energy is being violated so extremely badly by the conspiracies to murder me that Jamie's been involved in that I'm basically forced to give her the bare minimum attention just so I have irrefutable evidence of how badly I've been getting attacked with smear campaigns of defamation of character of multiple kinds over an extremely prolonged period of time, along with being criminally impersonated in different ways by different people and generally abused and neglected extremely viciously by everyone I've ever been at all close to, both online and offline. This also has absolutely nothing to do with my perception of Jamie's age or her own perception of her age or anyone else's perception of her age. I was never very physically attracted to Jamie at all to begin with, whether before I met her, when I met her, or at any point in time after meeting her. Sure, in all honesty, to be fair, she's perhaps above average in terms of looks. Again, I have no need to pettily or spitefully make her or anyone else feel bad about their appearance or make them feel unworthy of love in general from some kind of fundamentally malicious place. But again, being completely honest, I've seen many women in my life that I'd say are about equally or more physically attractive than Jamie. She doesn't particularly stand out to me. She never did. Maybe someone really trying to reach for any reason to try to twist what I'm saying or make me seem like a bad person might try to act like that sounds misogynistic or is jealousy or something. But I just don't owe her anything, and I want it to be clear I'm not messing around. Perhaps Jamie works hard in trying to run a business or whatever. I really don't know or care so much what her personal life is like or how hard she does or doesn't work. I'm not trying to flatter her or compliment her or flirt with her. I'm exposing her as a worthless, soulless, narcissist, psychopath, fraud, slandering me, stealing from me, and conspiring to murder me, among many others. That's not misogynistic. There are several men who have done and are to this day still doing all those things to me too.
I never did Among Us lobbies. I heavily regret it because I think a lot of people got good exposure from Among Us lobbies, and I think I played a total of 1 or 2 or 3. But to be honest, the reason why I didn't do Among Us lobbies is because there were a lot of politics behind it, and I was really scared of that. I feel like I can talk about this now, but back then it's being in an Among Us lobby was really good for your stream, and it was really good for your career. And I was not the type to be to push myself for that. And it was a really crazy time. During the pandemic, people's careers were made, and actually it's funny because this is maybe one of my regrets, but also I feel like I couldn't have done it any other way. But during the pandemic, just so happened to be the hardest, not the hardest year of my life, but it was up there. So I took a huge break from streaming, and I'm I shouldn't have done that, but it worked out anyways. It's fine. I feel like I love my community now. So, oh yeah, I wrote the Animal Crossing High. That's what I did, but yeah, that's why I didn't play a lot of Among Us lobbies, because I am just a very politically peaceful person when it comes to streamers or content creators or anything. And it's funny because I feel like I always joke around. I'm I love attention and the spotlight, but when it really comes down to it, I'm unable to push myself in those situations. If it's not organic or natural, I don't go for it. And so I think during the pandemic, it was a time where for streamers, you really had to show up and insert yourself. And I was just not ready for that. I was too young and stuff like that.
I never particularly cared for anyone playing Among Us. I was never after starting a pandemic to begin with, actually, since it seems I really need to even go that far to address that as well. I never wanted this widespread forced poisoning through experimental, essentially DNA-modifying technology abused by the world's elites to be a thing, or for anyone to get hurt by them at all. This was all a huge conspiracy that even all coming down to my psychopath abusive blood relatives conspiring to murder me just facilitated world leaders in abusing my life and leaving me in the dark about things so extremely badly they managed to pull off their unhinged agenda there. Too many people at all relevant to my life extremely severely lacked any real respect or love for me, for there to be any other way for me to establish my authority or manage to even survive against the extent of existential assault I've been facing for a very long time without expressing distress in some kind of convincing manner how I did. But I can also pretty easily demonstrate that I've never been trying to leave anyone brainwashed about it either. Even very trivial research anyone can do on the internet reveals that your DNA produces mRNA, which is the foundation for all the biochemical processes in your body as it constructs amino acids and hormones and stuff. This means any actually reasonably intelligent individual very quickly will realize that something attempting to induce permanent release of mRNA-based activity in your body is effectively doing something very similar to modifying your DNA. Further, inducing that release of a disease that makes you sick is essentially permanently releasing that illness into your bloodstream. It's literally poison. I'm among the small group of people in the world who were smart enough to refuse to permanently poison their bloodstream, no matter what difficulties it brought upon my existence. I have no regrets about my decision there whatsoever. It's so different from the traditional approach of releasing a crippled version of a disease into your bloodstream to form antibodies to fight the full-strength version off more easily, strengthening your immune system through a largely natural biological process versus artificially simulating something that is effectively a DNA modification that is perhaps less likely to get passed along to children if you choose to have them than an actual full-out DNA modification. These are very different things. A weakened strain of a disease will eventually be completely destroyed as your immune system forms antibodies. A constant release of a disease chemical simulated on a near DNA level is just persistently making your body weaker. This is why it's poison, objectively. This is not anything that can actually be argued in good faith. It's blatantly an irrefutable scientific fact. Every doctor or scientist that has ever publicly spoken otherwise is either an extremely evil, fundamentally corrupt psychopath, or is simply pathetically soulless and was forced to submit to the agenda of the world elites. I ultimately just learned of my power even more from all that insanity. Further demonstrates what I'm talking about. The extreme corruption in the Canadian justice system too. I'd perhaps even argue corruption in the American justice system as well that very well might have had a heavy influence on what the corrupted officials in the Canadian justice system tried to cover up and get away with doing to my life. While dealing with the charges I had, I recall someone telling me, "You must have pissed off someone really high up," indicating they even easily recognized how screwed up I was being treated, but they're all frauds that play nice with each other and make under-the-table deals behind closed doors and are all too weak or careless or both to stop it. Also, I'm just going to say this outright. For anyone that thinks me not taking that poison means I'll have issues at the border, if they're still imposing travel restrictions on people based on that, I'm straight up going to just use forged documentation claiming I've taken it if the laws surrounding that ridiculous restriction are not simply lifted beforehand. I refuse to poison myself to simply be able to travel to a different country. And if the frauds in the government want to try to restrict me because of that, then I'll make it an increasingly serious problem for all of them trying to ruin my life like that until something proper is done about it. They literally abused the essence of my energy and efforts pursuing Kimmy to try to impose an international law that is literally a major violation of basic human rights. This is literally extremely criminal of the governments to still be imposing such a rule if it's still being enforced, and it's really pathetic that all of humanity seems so pathetically incompetent or corrupted that nobody has already done something proper about it. It seems to only even be getting worse with more waves of poison being pushed constantly. Ridiculous. Also, it doesn't matter to me whether Jamie or anyone else is or isn't politically peaceful. My position remains. I cannot be appeased by anyone claiming they are or trying to be politically peaceful. I'm making it extremely clear what I want. I either get it or I don't, and if I don't, I'm going to bring hell to everyone denying me their worst unwanted nightmare of nightmares, absolutely unconditionally.
I get red really easily. Like, I just blush really easily. Maybe because I'm embarrassed. I don't know, I'm usually not embarrassed, but today I'm embarrassed. I don't know why. Is it weird? I'm embarrassed. What if you guys are just making me shy?
I don't even really know what to say about this. Is it weird? I mean, I really don't want people to be able to try to reduce what I say to petty hatred or some kind of disingenuous thing, but I certainly feel like it's weird for Jamie to be suddenly feeling shy on the stream. She literally just said the other stream that she's not in love with anyone, and now, when I haven't done anything showing any kind of appeasement by or desired interest in anything she's been doing or any desire towards her sexually or any reason for her to believe she's arousing me or being good to me at all or anything like that, which would give her any actually healthy or reasonable reason to feel shy. She's shy? I don't know. Maybe there's someone else in her life watching that she's flattered by or chasing or something. But if she's shy because of me, well, it doesn't change how I feel. Never did and never will. And that's seriously not any kind of playing hard to get or anything like that. I'm saying it bluntly, just how it is. I want Kimmy. I've always wanted Kimmy. Even if Jamie suddenly switches up her attitude and starts acting obsessively attracted to me or something. And I certainly hope that kind of thing doesn't happen. Just to be clear, I still absolutely unconditionally will never date anyone but Kimmy. Literally no matter what. And certainly never marry anyone else. And I'm never having children with anyone regardless. But I'm seriously not even upset at all about never having children. I literally, genuinely, actually have never wanted children. I'd say it's extremely weird Jamie's shy on stream all of a sudden. But a part of me is trying to imagine being a random, worthless, soulless loser streamer with no particularly great talents and just kind of above average looks, but nothing super exceptional. And I can imagine why an extremely powerful world leader giving you any attention at all might make you feel some type of way where you end up shy, even if it's not what I'm going for or trying to do at all. I suppose it's not that weird Jamie would feel some level of lust or whatever for me, but it's not love. And I've never been trying to or willing to entertain mere lust from anyone. The only person I've ever had any kind of intimate connection with that actually at all resembles anything that isn't just lust from them is Kimmy. And I've already long since fully invested myself in embracing, never even considering giving anyone else a chance to even try to change that ever since I first got that feeling about Kimmy really early on in our connection. Again, I have no regrets about that either, for better or worse. It doesn't matter to me how anyone sees me or feels about me for being that way. It's who I am, and it's never changing, nor should anyone try to change it. I'm certainly seriously not in love with Jamie regardless, and I'm certainly seriously, completely sincere about not being desiring or willing to go in any direction at all working towards being with Jamie romantically and or sexually at all. It doesn't matter even if she's extremely horny for me or whatever. Not that I actually see particularly good reason to believe she is, but even if she is, it seriously doesn't change anything. I strongly suggest she refrains from embarrassing herself any further and forcing me to extremely brutally humiliate her with an increasingly extremely brutal rejection, because rejection is really all Jamie's ever going to get from me romantically or sexually. Not trying to be mean, it just is what it is. Really, I'd be much meaner trying to tiptoe around it and lie to her and basically just be leading her on. I don't do that. I was direct with Kimmy about liking Kimmy because it was true, and I'm direct about rejecting someone when I reject them as well. If I wanted Jamie, I would have pursued her from the beginning, but I didn't, and it wasn't out of some strange, extremely vague suspicion she's conspiring to murder me with some extremely creepy stalker, loser, narcissist psychopath from my past lying about dating me ever. I didn't even know that was happening at all when I already decided to invest my time and energy into an extremely deep and meaningful intimate connection with Kimmy. And I have no regrets, for better or worse, really.
Yes, I'm baking lobster rolls. We have to make this good. You know, I'm kind of regretting this because, like, if I'm gonna pay $35 for a lobster roll, I'd rather make it for real. Not that I don't like you guys, but like you guys would be down for me to make like cereal. Like you guys have no standard to what I make on stream.
Yeah, obviously I have no standard to what Jamie makes on stream because I never cared for her making anything on stream. I never cared very much to watch her stream at all in general to begin with, even in the very beginning when I actually attended her streams kind of regularly and actually chatted. I was only ever just messing around lightheartedly trying to bring good vibes to people in the beginning when I went around people's streams trying to feel out the Twitch community. After meeting Kimmy, I knew I just really wanted to focus on being with Kimmy forever and stopped messing around completely. I already wasn't messing around with dating anyone or even having friends in person at all, and anyone else I saw as possibly a romantic prospect online also completely went out the window, and I fully committed all my time and energy and hopes and efforts into being with Kimmy forever without any doubts or regrets. I still don't regret it at all, for better or worse. I really mean it. I only ever happened to talk more in Jamie's stream at all early on because it just worked out that way for reasons I didn't really understand at the time. I didn't have any particular reason. I just felt somehow energetically drawn to it, despite Jamie's physical appearance never being anything particularly great to me, and me never finding her personality particularly amazing either. I guess my energy was just being violated so extremely badly behind the scenes by extremely unhinged, toxic psychopath stalkers from my past that somehow I just felt that connection without even knowing why or how or consciously recognizing it. It sounds crazy to me even now to say that, but I mean, I guess there must be truth to it. I mean, look how things turned out. Jamie clearly was conspiring to murder me, and she clearly was getting communication somehow from loser scum from my past I knew in real life. I've always been energetically extremely sensitive and carefully attentive to my intuition, so I wouldn't say I'm not surprised. But yeah, my complete lack of having any standard for what Jamie cooks is because it's actually completely irrelevant to my life as far as I'm concerned, and I don't want to need or benefit at all from Jamie cooking anything in particular or even cooking in general at all. Anyone at all communicating otherwise is fully conscious and intentionally lying extremely badly, entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests.
I think the last time I cooked for someone was for Chloe. She was like, I texted her and I was like, what food do you like? She's like, I love beef noodle soup, and then I just made it.
I've noticed over time that my mention of the worthless, narcissist, psychopath, loser, stalker scum I knew in high school named Chloe has somehow gotten my energy mixed up with at least one influencer that lives in LA named Chloe. Since I haven't made sure to explicitly clarify it on this podcast before already, although it's implied, I'd like to take this opportunity to explicitly mention that I have no affiliation or desires towards the Chloe that Jamie was talking about here. I didn't even know she exists until her existence was basically forced into some kind of vague relevancy in my efforts pursuing the relationship I've always wanted and been pursuing with Kimmy. I do not, never have, and never will have any desire or willingness to tolerate any kind of romantic and or sexual relationship with the Chloe that Jamie was talking about in that clip. I have no involvement in or want, need, or benefit at all from Jamie having cooked any food for that Chloe, nor do I understand any possible alternative meanings or any kind of narratives behind any possible particular significance to beef noodle soup. And in case it wasn't also already clear enough, I also have no involvement in, or want, need, or benefit at all from Jamie ever cooking anything for the Chloe I've been talking about either. I don't owe either of these Chloes or any other Chloe in the world anything. None of them have any real leverage over me. None whatsoever. Anyone at all attempting to communicate otherwise is blatantly, fully consciously, and intentionally lying.
Have you ever thought about doing a podcast? Let's just say I have someone in mind to do it with.
I want to make it extremely clear that I have no desire or willingness to start a podcast with Jamie, nor to allow her to become a co-host or have any kind of co-ownership of this podcast. Like I've been saying, I'm showing clips of some of her recent streams to further substantiate my claims and solidify my position and demonstrate my authenticity and integrity, not as some kind of pursuit of getting Jamie on this podcast, nor as any kind of guest or co-hosting type position, nor to try to start a new podcast with her. I'm not saying she definitely was talking about having me in mind. I don't know and don't really care. Regardless, I want to make sure I've made my position on this extremely clear. If I'm going to have a co-host or someone I frequently have as a guest, I really don't see any even remotely good reason why I'd pick anyone over Kimmy for that, especially given the overall position I'm repeatedly stating in regard to this whole conflict.
Guys, my food coma is super easy. Tell me something interesting, guys. Come on, tell me about your love life. How is your guys' love life?
Again, Jamie asking about her viewers' love life. Is it normal that she constantly asks her viewers about their love life? What is this? Was explaining it extremely clearly once not enough? Nothing's changed, goddammit. I've always wanted Kimmy, and she's still not even speaking to me. What more is there to say? I hate this. I despise this. This is my goddamn worst unwanted nightmare of nightmares. How more goddamn clearly can I say this? I knew Jamie was completely goddamn useless to tell my love life to. Look, she obviously at least reads the transcripts of my podcast releases, but has she done anything useful to me about it? No. It's exactly where it was the last time I said exactly the same thing. She's just trying to flirt with me and force me to reciprocate feelings towards her that I don't feel. Goddamn worthless, narcissist, psychopath, maniac, loser, scum. Ugh. I'm really going to have to go down an extremely dark path and destroy these losers' lives and get them all cancelled and destroy their personal lives and everything, huh? It really seems that's all that's left in this reeking dumpster fire nightmare of nightmares I never wanted or deserved. I despise humanity. I despise it all.
Guys, please. Guys, come on. No. I know you guys can flirt. Guys, normalize, like, you don't have to date anyone. Just flirt. Just flirt and see where it goes. That's what I do. I just flirt with everyone. Like, flirting shouldn't need to be such a serious thing. Okay, don't flirt with your colleagues.
Putting aside the obvious, blatant hypocrisy in saying you flirt with everyone and then immediately saying not to flirt with colleagues, which naturally is included in everyone, I don't care whether or not I can flirt. I'm not trying to flirt with anyone, and I'm certainly not looking for or requiring permission or encouragement from Jamie to flirt with her or anyone else. I don't and never have needed or been looking for permission or encouragement from anyone to flirt with anyone. I feel compelled to publicly, officially, extremely clearly, explicitly state that I am not, never was going to be, and never will be at all appeased by or forced by Jamie's encouragement to flirt with anyone to change my position. It's not like I lack confidence in my ability to flirt or need anyone's permission or encouragement to flirt with anyone else. I don't want to because I don't want to. I take my life seriously, extremely seriously. Extremely seriously. I'm not a joke. This is not a joke. I'm not messing around or taking the situation lightly at all. I'm literally goddamn homeless and eating out of trash cans because every goddamn loser I've had the misfortune of being at all close to in my entire life is an extremely selfish, predatory psychopath when it comes to how they deal with me. And this loser is trying to force me to flirt with her and everyone else? Go to hell! Flirting with anyone is an extremely serious thing for me when I'm as committed and invested in the kind of connection with Kimi as I've been repeatedly, extremely clearly, publicly, officially stating and reinforcing and proving with this podcast. I'm not going to take an extremely complicated, sensitive situation, casually ignore Kimi's feelings and everyone's perception of my behavior that's obviously being painted through extremely false narratives behind my back entirely against my consent wishes and best interests, and start throwing around flirting with people. That's beyond stupid. It's blatantly suicidal for me at this point. It's completely throwing away all my power and any notion of having real boundaries and integrity and authenticity. Jamie's fully consciously and intentionally trying to extremely deviously, passive-aggressively coerce, manipulate, and force me to sell my soul and or allow it to be robbed from me entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests. It's not happening, you massive frauds trying to do this to me. Get real. I don't care who wants to normalize flirting loosely. I've never been loose with my genuine, intimate feelings towards someone. My feelings towards Kimi have always been extremely sincere and deep for me. I want to make sure she can feel that. I'm really just never going to date anyone or even consider any kind of romantic and or sexual connection with anyone if I can't have the connection I want and deserve with Kimi. I'm serious. I've never been more serious about anything in my entire life. I don't need anyone's goddamn advice about it. I want the results I want. Immediately. Or else. I don't really care how seriously anyone other than Kimi wants to consider flirting for themselves. I'm not trying to impose on the world that everyone should be like me, but I have standards, and I don't hold double standards, and if I'm going to build a connection with Kimi, while I've always felt as strongly as I do about her, she needs to understand and feel that, and she's not going to want to reciprocate it at all properly if she doesn't actually feel loved and respected and wanted enough to genuinely want to return those feelings and share intimate moments with me, especially the extremely extensive amount of it I want with just the two of us alone together. Do these delusional idiots really just think I'm extremely stupid or something not to recognize this? What the bloody hell is this abusive, psychotic stupidity that Jamie thinks she can shove down my throat?
You don't want to bother people, but if you're giving them a compliment and making them feel good, you're not bothering them. You're using your energy to make someone feel good. One day, maybe one day I can tell you guys about my life. For now, the internet cannot handle it. No, I'm kidding.
I want to make sure I'm really making it extremely clear that I'm not refraining from speaking in anyone's Twitch chat or emailing or attempting any other kind of communication out of not wanting to bother people. It's not like I have some massive insecurity about being annoying or something. Like I said, it's neither petty, childish bitterness or anger or anything like that, nor depressed, anxious insecurity or feeling inadequate somehow or anything like that. It's calculated, intentional, and the most mature and intelligent course of action when I'm being so extremely severely disrespected and neglected. I don't have any energy to waste on people that only take from me and don't actually reciprocate it in any really fair or pleasant way. I'm sure many people find me extremely annoying. I'm sure many people also probably think I'm quite mean and cold, to put it lightly. But I really couldn't care less at this point. I'm not here trying to suck up to people and appease people when nobody, even remotely significant in my life, is or ever has been treating me with any even remotely genuine or adequate respect, love, trust, or any other positive qualities, or providing any genuine positive value to my life at all. I don't care whether Jamie or anyone else would or wouldn't be bothered if I complimented them or not. I only give compliments if or when I really want to. I've never had any issues with giving compliments either. Kimmy is the most physically attractive being I could ever fathom existing. There, that's a compliment I've already said many times before, and I genuinely mean it now, just like I've genuinely meant it every other time. I don't care who's annoyed or creeped out or whatever. It's not like I have some exceeding difficulty in giving compliments or have some reason blocking me from giving compliments I want to give. But I'm not going to give my energy, good or bad, to anyone or anything that isn't going to extremely clearly serve me, to extremely clearly and decisively, drastically improve my life anymore. I've been getting taken advantage of way too badly for far too long. Look how blatantly Jamie is once again alluding to being involved in extremely strange things. I imagine her extremely seriously, fully consciously, and intentionally ganging up with all her friends, conspiring to murder an extremely powerful world leader probably is something she considers that the internet cannot handle. Well, too goddamn bad for her and anyone else on the internet or in real life that can't handle it. You're gonna have to handle it. I don't care what excuses or stupidity or anything else you want to try to give me. Go to hell. I'm not having it.
My weirdest compliment? I sometimes, like, I think someone has nice ankles. Like, and I've never told someone that, but maybe I should. Like, I've looked at people's ankles and I'm like, damn, those are nice ankles. I, like, love ankles. I love forearms. I love veins. Okay, guys, what's something that you really like about, like, whoever you're attracted to? That's not, like, common. Like, you can't say, like, boobs or something, because everyone likes boobs. No, you can't say the gya, because obviously everyone likes a nice gya.
I've already explained in quite some detail how and why I'm so attracted to Kimmy, but since it seems maybe I should make it even more clear why I'm so angry and really will never date or tolerate being at all romantically and or sexually involved with anyone except Kimmy ever again, I'll make sure I've even more extremely clearly elaborated. As far as physical features, I have nothing unusual about a person's body that I particularly like. As far as body parts that I find especially arousing in a person, like I've said, I'm only into very much female-presenting women, ideally cis women, and regardless, I'd focus on a woman's butt, breasts, and face. As far as I'm aware, that's all typical. Between breasts and butt of a woman I find attractive, I'd tend to focus on her butt more. But both are really important to me overall, and bigger isn't necessarily always better. I guess the weirdest thing about my preferences for physical appearance is that it seems to me like I'm a little less aroused by genitals in general than it seems most people are. From my perspective, I feel like men are typically obsessed with female genitals, whereas I like it a lot, but it's not like the pinnacle of sex appeal or pleasure for me that a woman has. The way her butt, breasts, and face look are all a lot more important to me and will arouse me a lot more and bring me a lot more pleasure overall. As far as personality, it's just generally complicated because, for lack of any better way to put it, I have to just generally like your energy. But I think that's pretty standard too. But what I'm sure is really weird, at least from what I can tell is considered normal in society, is I'm attracted to women that find me extremely intensely attractive, whether it's my appearance or my intellect or my energy or whatever it is that they find attractive, but that despite feeling that extremely intense attraction towards me for whatever reasons, extremely intensely want to be extensively, physically, sexually intimate with me in person, in private, with nobody watching, and purely for our personal mutual pleasure, but never want to have children with me, and ideally never want children with anyone in general for any reason at any point in time, and extremely seriously, sincerely enjoy proving that to me and having me prove my equal lack of desire to ever have children with anyone to them, mainly via the frequent, lengthy sexual intimacy we have together privately. I also want to make something extremely clear about what I mean when I say never having children. I'm not trying to be cruel or hateful or malicious at all. But I'm also not at all being romantic. I'm not trying to communicate some alternate thing or demonstrate some kind of ulterior motive. I mean exactly what I'm saying on the surface. Never having children, never getting a woman pregnant, and never having her birth a child with my genetics or anyone's genetics. Not as some kind of romantic thing, not as some kind of game. I do not find any sexual attractiveness or arousal or personal value to me at all in a woman's ability to bear children. I understand the general value of reproduction for the bigger picture of the totality of human existence. But like I've said before, it's not something I personally ever want for myself in my life. Humans are not going to go extinct because I personally do not want to reproduce or have any romantic or sexual partner I ever have children. Once again, I'm not trying to force others to never have children, nor am I judging people that want children in general. This is just a personal life choice for me, and I have the liberty as a being with free will to choose that I don't ever want children as a personal preference for my own life. That's it. And anyone I'd ever seriously have an intimate life partnership with needs to be genuinely okay with that and genuinely resonate with that and want the same. It's not some complicated, weird thing with some kind of deeper meaning. Willingness to wear classy latex clothing at least sometimes, and not just on rare occasions like only once a year or something, is basically a must. Ideally, they're willing to and would enjoy wearing it often, privately, in my presence, again for our own personal, mutual, sexual enjoyment with each other in intimacy. But I'd never be with someone I don't find extremely physically attractive, even without them wearing latex clothing, and I have no problem with making sure they're really convinced of that as well. I don't have any unusual liking to any body parts covered in latex either. I have to enjoy hearing the woman's voice and whisper, both for sexual and non-sexual reasons. It has to be really pleasant to me all around. I guess this might be weird since I feel like a lot of people don't seem to care that much about if they really like the voice and or whisper of a potential romantic prospect. Personally, I'd expect to have a lot of communication with the person I'd be with, both for sexual and non-sexual reasons, so not finding their voice and whisper inherently annoying is really important to me. I really don't see how any of this is at all a problem for Kimi. Like I've said, she's literally the only person that's ever come even close to really giving me vibes and energy I really feel I want to reciprocate romantically and or sexually. Her face and breasts and butt and body overall is all just incomparable perfection of unmatched sexiness as far as I've ever been concerned. I feel that really nuanced kind of lack of desire for children being something we could really get along together with. I'm going to be so extremely antagonistic towards her and all of her associates forever if she won't be with me forever in a frequently, privately, physically, sexually intimate, in-person relationship that I'm sure she's never going to even seriously consider speaking to me again unless she's already extremely convinced I must find her extremely physically attractive. I don't imagine she'd have some huge issue with wearing classy latex clothing for me in private, at least on some kind of regular basis. And I feel like maybe she'd even genuinely enjoy doing it often. I've never been in desperate need of or somehow indebted to Kimi for her speaking in her regular voice nor her whispering anything, but I certainly enjoy hearing both a lot more than I ever have anyone else's. Maybe she was just messing around and lying to try to keep robbing me of my energy and trying to mess with my heart and waste my time, but she seems to like my voice quite a bit too, given she's literally talked about being bi-curious before on stream right after I sent her a voice recording of my female voice and insisted on identifying as a lesbian. My female voice is the one I use on this podcast, and I'm much more cozy and comfortable using it whenever I'm actually in an environment I feel safe and comfortable enough to be myself completely. On this podcast specifically, it's more that it's basically necessary to be completely authentic rather than a matter of feeling safe or comfortable. But that's besides the point. Even if I don't feel all that safe or comfortable, if I wasn't under an extremely screwed up situation where I feel exceptionally, extremely unsafe and uncomfortable pretty much constantly, like I have been for the last several years, and ultimately pretty much my entire life up to this point, I still can see myself easily feeling comfortable enough embracing expressing myself outwardly more femininely the way I've always wanted. Regardless, Kimi's still the only person I'll ever date or even consider any kind of romantic and or sexual involvement with ever again. Absolutely unconditionally. So this is all just something I'm saying more than anything just to make sure I've made it extremely clear to her that I really mean what I'm saying and how she'd be able to best approach warming up to me if that's really ever going to happen in any kind of reasonably timely manner and to an actually adequate extent. And to make sure any false narratives about me at all in contradiction with the reality in this regard are further invalidated. This isn't the first time Jamie's talked about finding ankles and veiny arms attractive. I find this really weird and definitely cannot relate. I'm a little concerned because Kimi's talked about finding veiny arms attractive, and I don't really have veiny arms. But at this point, for all I know, she was only ever even saying that because she was thinking of the kinds of people she typically ends up attracting or dating, and also probably having in mind several lies being told to and from her that seemed to have come from Jamie and maybe also other people having some kind of fetish for veiny arms. Hopefully that's the case and Kimi isn't really hung up on me having actually healthy looking arms instead of what I'd consider sickly seeming veiny arms. Either way, I don't owe it to Kimmy or anyone else to go and somehow make my arms veiny to appease Kimmy or anyone else. So I'll stick to having healthy circulation in the veins in my arms that don't pop out or distinguishably show on the surface the vast majority of the time. Jamie keeps sharing things she's into, but I really don't care for commenting on it. I really don't care what Jamie is turned on by, or turned off by, or considers an ick, or whatever. Again, I've never been interested in any kind of romantic and or sexual relationship with her, and I don't have any debt to anyone to entertain Jamie's fetishes or anything like that. So I'm just going to ignore it, along with her extremely gross attempts to try to manipulate me into flirting with her or others and coming off like I'm some naive, aloof, fraud moron that doesn't understand the reality of what's going on right now and how extremely horridly I'm being disrespected by these worthless, soulless psychopath scum.
Me, Arya, Kimmy, nail stream or something.
I'm extremely clearly mentioning that I do not want, need, or benefit at all from Jamie, Arya, and Kimmy doing a nail stream, nor any of them individually doing so, nor any other person or combination of people doing so. I will not be appeased or forced to change my position at all by it. I've never said or done anything that should ever have even remotely suggested otherwise. I really don't feel like I should have to constantly refute relevancy to my life or any potential to appease me whenever Jamie or others might make any little comment like this. But in these circumstances, I feel compelled to explicitly mention this since Kimmy was mentioned.
So, in regards to going blonde or pink again, I don't know if I'll do it. I just love my healthy hair and I feel like I get away with more things when I have brown hair like this. No, like pink hair, like, oh, that's trouble. It's too much attention. I would either go full pink or just stay brown. Something about the brown is really like innocent good girl, and I kind of need that right now. Need to hide under it. Like, I feel like pink hair is like, I feel like I got more hate when I had pink hair. But maybe because I got more attention too. I'll think about it. I'm not in my villain arc, but like, I don't know. Would you rather brown hair Jamie flirt with you or pink hair Jamie? I feel like brown hair Jamie is a vibe. Yeah, I think people take me more seriously with brown hair.
Once again, I do not want, need, or benefit at all from anyone dyeing their hair any color. This includes Jamie and includes blonde, pink, brown, and all other colors. At this point, I see Jamie even mentioning this as something relevant to be even further an extremely clear representation of just how unhinged, selfish, and unapologetically disrespectful and neglectful she really is towards me and the unbelievable suffering I've been through because of her active participation in fully consciously and intentionally conspiring to murder me as she still is to this day. I don't know what a villain arc is supposed to even really mean exactly, but Jamie's certainly acting increasingly extremely unhinged and disrespectful towards me. She certainly is acting like a demon, not just a villain, in my life right now. A soulless, worthless, unhinged, murderous psychopath maniac with extremely severe mental illness, seemingly beyond the capability for recovery. I extremely thoroughly despise it and will only ever want to bring her utmost pain and suffering in the most unwanted and truly unpleasant manner I can possibly fathom every moment in return for this absolutely miserable nightmare I never wanted, needed, or deserved in my life at all. It really doesn't matter what color anyone dyes their hair. I would rather not have anyone flirt with me while thinking their hair color means anything in particular to me at this point. I don't even want anyone flirting with me in general at all. I want Kimmy to speak to me seriously and seriously pursue spending her life with me in the kind of relationship I've been repeatedly saying I want. I don't care even if she doesn't flirt at all. I don't need or care for flirting or being flirted with. I want something serious with Kimmy. I've always wanted something serious with her. I have absolutely zero desire or interest in at all entertaining anyone else's flirting or even any kind of genuine romantic or sexual desires towards me. I'm repeatedly saying the same thing over and over and extremely clearly stating this is not a joke or a prank or a position I'm being forced against my will to have. If I'm really going to be so extremely disrespected that I feel I'm left just feeling the need to keep repeating this or generally repeating the same details of how and why I absolutely unconditionally will only ever date or be willing to engage romantically or sexually at all with Kimmy and nobody else ever again, I really will just go down an extremely dark and destructive path in life from being so unbelievably brutally disrespected and neglected despite everything I've done. That's not weakness or laziness or incompetence. That's repairing an even bigger attack against these malicious, absolute demon psychopath losers that will hurt them much more than anything I've ever done so far. There's really a limit to how much I'm going to tolerate having to repeat myself and still see no proper result I'm extremely clearly stating I want. And believe me, whatever people think they're going to ultimately achieve by thinking they won in denying me or rejecting me or suppressing me or harming me however they are, it will ultimately harm them many times worse in the future, and anything they ever gain from lying about things or generally behaving with malice towards me as they are, they will lose it all and then much more. I will make absolutely certain of it. On God, on my life, on everything. Mark my words.
Pink is not that in right now, but like I would look really good in it. Like I know I would, especially with like how I do my makeup now. And how I dress, like I know it would look good. So I don't know. I am tempted, but not now. How much bleaching would it take? A lot. I think my hair would get really damaged for sure. I am tempted because guys, I love attention. Like I do. And like back then, I feel like I liked attention, but I wasn't ready for it. And now I'm like, I love attention. Like even if it's bad attention, I don't really care. Because I'm so like confident in who I am as a person that I don't really care. So I'm like, maybe I'll do pink.
Unbelievable. This unhinged psychopath really just was saying she avoided Among Us lobbies because she's politically peaceful and doesn't want inorganic attention and all these clearly blatant lies, but it seems in reality she was lying so badly and trying to benefit at my expense so heavily that she probably couldn't because it would destroy everything she was trying to build by stealing it from me. Starts off trying to talk like she's a good person and considerate and has a peaceful nature or whatever, but in the same stream just a couple hours later, she's already right back to the same blatantly, unapologetically, deviously toxic attitude and saying she loves attention even if it's bad attention, and she's even blatantly, unapologetically trying to extremely aggressively abuse me by trying to provoke a reaction from me in rage she knows she's fully consciously and intentionally trying to induce by trying to flaunt her unapologetic, shameless, extremely malicious, vicious, narcissistic, toxic, abusive attitude, actively inflicting and participating in defamation of me with lies behind the scenes that dyeing her hair pink means anything good at all to me, or appeases me at all, or forces me to change my position at all, or is any kind of even remotely decent thing for her to do in these circumstances for any reason. It's all false. All false. Scum. Worthless scum. Goddamn psychopath maniac scum. Worse than garbage. Blatantly contradicting herself in the same stream, and she even goes into great depth elaborating on how she tries to justify selfishly, unapologetically wanting and being willing to go to extremely great lengths just to be a part of someone's life. even if it's scummy. Sounds extremely selfish to me. Disgusting. I'm not even going to try to be kind about it, seeing things like this. This loser is extremely pathetic and her existence sickens me.
I will say that I don't step on people for my own attention though. In general, I have a really good reputation in the industry because I've just generally been a very good and kind, selfless person. But it's I think I'm just very honest about. I feel like I say things that people feel, but they don't say it. So yeah.
What massive lies Jamie continues to spew. In general, Jamie has a good reputation. Yeah, built off trashing my reputation by constantly goddamn lying that she's supposedly practically reading my mind and saying things I feel but don't say, it seems. When in reality, I am saying what I feel, and anyone, including but not limited to Jamie, whoever tries to act like they are saying what I feel or mean instead of me, is a goddamn bloody liar. I have never been doing anything trying to leave anyone under any impression that they know what I want more than I do, or that I consent to them trying to masquerade their selfish goals as something being done in my best interest or with my wishes in mind. Never. This gross misrepresentation of the reality of my life that Jamie seems insistent on extremely deviously, extremely maliciously, relentlessly purporting is really an extreme existential assault that she so disgustingly tries to frame as some innocent thing when in reality it so blatantly, extremely obviously couldn't be further from it. I will mention that I see increasing evidence to suggest Jamie is even fully consciously and intentionally actively publicly validating the massive narrative warping that specifically, especially malicious, toxic frauds, actively, fully consciously, and intentionally criminally engaging in defamation of me have been doing extremely selfishly, entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests. It appears this worthless psychopath Jamie has decided to even make one such even more worthless loser from my past a moderator in her Twitch chat. Further evidence Jamie has been actively, fully consciously, and intentionally involved in conspiring to murder me. I've had an extremely strange occurrence in my life where that same ex-friend in particular that I knew in high school suddenly popped up out of nowhere into my life and tried to force me to follow whatever extremely pretentious, manipulative, bullying, degrading, passive-aggressive, abusive things he was trying to shove down my throat with clearly devious ulterior motives, as if he arrogantly believed he had me trapped and I had to submit to whatever stupidity he thought he was going to get away with. Both my biological brother and biological father were extremely, strangely, deviously, abusively, passive-aggressively also trying to bully me into submission to that situation I now realize they must have fully consciously and intentionally clearly crafted to try to trap me in by using that worthless loser I once called a friend. I've mentioned that loser to my mailing list before. His name is Matthew. That was the first and only time I'd talked to him in years, and I cut him out of my life and completely refused any contact with him and utmost tried to push him out of my energy completely, just as quickly as he tried to extremely viciously violate it to get into it. I do not speak to him, nor do I have any want, need, or willingness to ever do so again. I feel certain he's been talking extremely badly of me, lying massively to people behind my back, and trying to form extremely false narratives for his own selfish gain, obviously entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests. There's no other explanation for these extremely strange occurrences in my life that makes any real sense to me.
Do you guys have a favorite age in your life? Favorite age you were?
I'm at the point where I have to be practically paranoid about so many things that are being said publicly that, while to me seem random and aren't relevant to anything I've been thinking or saying, seem to me like there's likely false narratives being spread around in regards to about me. And this feels like one of those such things. I do not have a favorite age in my life. My entire life up to this point has felt like an extremely miserable, brutal, extremely hellish, unwanted nightmare of nightmares, and to this day continues to be. And if I don't get the kind of connection with Kimmy that I want in the very near future, then that's clearly all it's ever really going to be, at least as far as I'll ever be concerned. Which is why I'm really so ready and willing to really bring that extremely brutal, unwanted, hellish nightmare of nightmares to Kimmy and all of her associates and anyone else at all contributing to me being denied of the connection with Kimmy I've always wanted. I'm not exaggerating. I extremely, thoroughly, completely despise all of my biological relatives, and I literally wouldn't care if they all dropped dead. I despise anyone I ever considered a friend in high school, and I've come to realize really that not even one of them was ever actually a friend to me at all. I literally wouldn't care if they all dropped dead too. I don't have any friends, online or offline. I find every romantic prospect I've ever encountered other than Kimmy to be extremely grossly inadequate for my standards in a partner. And even Kimmy is disappointing me more and more every day that I don't hear from her. At this point, I'm really one more feeling of rejection by Kimmy away from genuinely, insurmountably, unquestionably, undoubtedly, utmost despising humanity, and really going down an extremely dark and destructive path in life with absolutely no doubts, regrets, second guessing, or hesitation ever again. The only thing that actually gives me any faith in humanity or any reason to care about not just becoming everyone's worst nightmare is the seemingly real potential for me to actually start getting the results I want in my connection with Kimmy and hearing from her and actually starting to date her and be with her and start having all the extensive, frequent, in-person, physical, sexual intimacy for hours, every day, forever that I've always wanted more than anything else in life. I really don't care about everything else so much. My life really feels extremely brutally miserable and barely tolerable just because of the hope I've been retaining that my dream can become reality. That's literally it. Other than that, I still most certainly don't want to die at all. And in fact, I still most certainly couldn't be further from wanting to die at all, but I'd only want to live to make Kimmy and all her associates and everyone else that at all contributed to the level of misery I'd be perpetually experiencing for the rest of my existence have the most extremely brutally miserable, unwanted, unpleasant, hellish nightmare of nightmares that makes them extremely deeply regret ever being born. And again, that certainly doesn't mean moving on from Kimmy or compromising my integrity at all ever. I mean, that's what they've clearly wanted me to do if I didn't just actually die from all their conspiring to murder me. Going and trying to live some soulless life, being a puppet for the same demons that control these massive frauds is certainly far from what's really their worst, unwanted, hellish nightmare of nightmares. My entire life, I've always felt completely alone in everything I've had to do or deal with or endure or overcome. I've never really felt like I can depend on anyone or anyone really likes or appreciates me or respects me or cares about me. As time has passed, every person I ever thought might be different has only increasingly brutally disappointed me and hurt me more the more I ever had to deal with their existence in my life at all. The only person that ever even at all gave me a sense of feeling like there's someone out there that actually understands me and can relate to me somehow, or actually made me feel deep connection, is Kimmy. I despise how stupid I feel for saying that after everything that's happened, but it's still true even now. Kimmy is the only person I really want to talk to or be around. I despise even more even just the idea of even attempting to get close to someone or even consider dating anyone at all if I can't have Kimmy forever. I despise it so much that how stupid I feel having such warm feelings towards Kimmy drastically pales in comparison and becomes much more easily tolerable. I'd rather feel kinda stupid than force myself to try to enjoy being extremely fake and pretending I'm happy or okay when I couldn't be further from it deep down. Jamie proceeds to go on a bunch of tangents about notes she's taken in her life and some more personal stuff I don't really care about. Really random and highly irrelevant to me, so I don't even feel it's necessary to provide any specific evidence of it or provide any rhetoric around it. Just figured I should mention it wasn't something I wanted or needed or benefited from at all. She also mentioned a book she was reading and mentioned talking about it with Kimmy, which, especially since Kimmy was again specifically mentioned, I want to make sure I've made extremely clear also isn't something I wanted, needed, or benefited from at all. I really don't care who is or isn't reading any book, and I'm certainly not and never have been benefiting from anyone reading any particular formally published book. I also am not looking for advice on any book to read and will not be reading the book Jamie was talking about, nor will I be reading any book anyone else might suggest or show off or anything like that. I'm not and never have been after Jamie or Kimmy or anyone else suggesting or advertising or engaging with any book publicly, whether it's formally published or not. This seems to be something that's been recurring as a massive false narrative that otherwise is the case. Because I've noticed several times throughout the years that Kimmy has mentioned reading certain books as if that was something that appeases me or benefits me or is relevant or useful to my life, when in reality it never was. I haven't been noticing if other influencers have been also engaging with books somehow for similar reasons, but if they have, their input has been equally as useless to me.
Because I always think, like, I used to read podcasts or read books, and I'd be like, ooh, I don't agree with that. And I would be like, maybe I shouldn't trust this book. But when I thought about it, I was like, that's such a closed-minded way of thinking because everyone is so different. But it doesn't mean we don't have things to be able to, like, share with each other. Like, we can still disagree with someone on certain things, but agree with them on other things. And even disagreeing with someone's perspective can help your perspective.
I don't know if this is a recent realization Jamie had when she talks about reading podcasts. She's probably talking about this one. And I've only started this podcast for a few months, so that means this likely is a more recent realization Jamie's made. This is pretty ridiculous. How do people with all this influence not recognize something so basic? Do these idiots think I've ever paid attention to what they say publicly because I trust them or I'm trying to discern if I should trust them? How laughable. It'd be hilarious if it wasn't so extremely deeply disappointing and upsetting, at least certainly when I think of Kimmy having that attitude, as she probably does. But this is especially strange coming from someone who told me she valued energy the most before I even met her at that meetup many years ago. How do you value energy the most and yet not have an intuitive grasp on energetically reading someone and determining if their input is generally useful or not, regardless of any want or need for you to trust it? How shallow and short-sighted and fake and stupid can someone be? This further proves to me that Jamie is a massive fraud and has in reality been forced to pay attention to what I say because she's had extremely deviously concealed ulterior motives when it comes to my existence. I've been nothing but someone she sees as a tool, and that certainly adds up considering she's been actively, fully consciously, and intentionally conspiring to murder me. Of course, a psychopath isn't going to actually care about someone they see as just another victim. What an idiot this woman is. I was clearly brutally underestimated, extremely brutally underestimated. I've already quite thoroughly addressed my extremely strong distaste for Lily and Arya's extremely disgusting existences, but they're mainly pertinent here because I've come to realize that in addition to the triangles of abuse I exposed in my last release, there are pretty much certainly at least 3 additional triangles of abuse present, forming a second triangles of abuse, and actually a much more structured one. These are Kimmy to Lily to Emin, Kimmy to Jamie to Emin, Kimmy to Arya to Emin. How did I come to this realization? Wasn't very hard at all, really. After trying to contemplate further on the triangle of triangles of abuse concept and how it might perhaps utmost viciously be utilized to conspire to murder someone, as I've experienced existential assaults from constantly, I also further reflected on and tried to intuitively grasp at what sources of energy feel like they're most aggressively trying to rob me of my energy and soul after exposing Arya's conspiracy to murder me. I was left feeling extremely weird about how Elaine even really strangely seemed so relevant to me that I even felt like mentioning her when mentioning people somehow in a leadership position in attacking my existence. So I decided to check her social medias. And what do you know? I very quickly noticed that she's very recently started a podcast called Sweet and Sour, or whatever, with Lily. So, the 2 people that I feel have publicly, extremely deviously, massively disrespected and slandered me are suddenly starting a podcast together? What the hell is this? I watched the entire first episode to get information. Most of it is completely useless, but what I mainly noticed is Elaine being extremely grossly, vaguely thirsty for a relationship.
Do you remember what we were going to talk about next, or did you have something to say?
We had another topic? What?
We were going to have a whole section about our personal lives.
All right, yeah. Cool.
You know, relationships, what we've been up to.
Michael and I are great.
Minds.
You said relationships. Michael and I are doing great.
Happy for you. You know, the other day, we hung out with 2 of our other girlfriends. And I started yapping about my dating life, and then someone else started yapping about their dating life, and then someone else started yapping about their dating life, and then we were kind of done, and it was all like really dramatic.
Like a brief silence.
Mm-hmm. Brief silence.
And then I pipe up, me and Michael are doing great. No, but
and we all turn and we go, we know, Lily.
No, but it was like a sitcom moment.
Yeah, it was so good.
Funny.
It was so good.
Because I'm like, I got no problems.
I see what you've done for others.
I hear that a lot.
When are you going to do that shit to me, huh? Because I've been waiting, and we're going to start having problems. I've been patient thus far. I've been patient, kind, sweet, angelic, perfect, some might say. Humble, gorgeous, sexy. But it's about damn time.
At least one of those is right.
I meet my match.
Which is quite pathetic. And obviously she's completely full of herself if she's talking about herself like that and about a relationship she supposedly wants like that. Although it's quite strange she feels compelled to complain about supposedly being single and even really strangely talks about wanting to have children in what I'd say is a really grossly, extremely deviously disingenuous and ulterior motive fueled kind of energy. I don't want to start sounding like I care whether or not Elaine actually wants children or not, or why she might or might not, because I really don't, never have, and never will. My point is, she's coming off really weirdly thirsty, and like she's trying to extremely deviously work towards some kind of hidden motive of trying to make it seem like she's so great or something, and almost as if perhaps false narratives being painted about me behind my back, entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests, are somehow trying to make me seem like a bad or a fake or disingenuous person or something like that for refusing to ever at all embrace any kind of romantic and or sexual relationship with her. Even more strangely was how they ended it.
So we're trying to figure out what we should end the episode with, and we do want to do some like viewer interaction ones, like let's say you need some advice or you want to hear our take on something.
So tell us your entire life story in the comments
below.
You know, the more traumatic, the better.
Oh yeah. If you can add photos into YouTube comments, can you imagine?
Let us exploit you for our podcast
exploitation
views and clout. And
damn, you're getting less
And you know what? If your story is interesting enough, I'll even animate it.
Yes.
Actually, no, I don't want to do that. That's a lot of work.
I mean, she would animate maybe like a little bit.
Yeah,
maybe.
sure, yeah.
Either way, if you have any crazy stories, comment them below.
Or suggestions
maybe in
or
the future.
Anything.
Yeah, we could set up an email or something, but right now, comment any suggestions, any feedback. And legit, if you want a trauma dump, I recommend 2,000 words minimum, MLA format, intro, middle. I want a conclusion, like a conclusion that clearly states what you need from us. And if you want to cite your sources, you're welcome to.
She's half joking. No, yeah. But I feel like because this is the first episode, the trajectory can go anywhere. So we're just going to try a bunch of things.
Yeah, and I'm so excited.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
What we enjoy doing, see what the audiences enjoy.
And remember, at 100 episodes, Pokey and I will get matching tattoos. Asses. We're going to tat ourselves.
Right?
For real.
Yeah.
Yeah. What?
Right?
Asses?
Tattoos.
Okay, cool. Yay.
Wait, no, we need to do a proper outro. I feel like there was something I wanted to say.
Tell us your life story in the comments. YouTube comments should let you attach pictures. The more traumatic, the better. Let us exploit you. What the hell is this? This is really starting to seem to me like it's extremely deviously, extremely seriously, and extremely elaborate scheme to reach a whole new level of pretentious and extremely deviously, maliciously flaunting, blatantly trying to trigger me and provoke me to rage out at these worthless psychopath scum for disrespecting me, even further trying to make me look like an extremely desperate, pathetic, crybaby loser whining about how their active conspiring to murder me isn't working. I don't care about trying to get anyone to have a tattoo. I never have. That's not incentive to me at all. I'm already stating what I want of these people extremely clearly. The connection with Kimmy I've wanted from the beginning. But instead of that, I'm getting these stupid, worthless, useless psychopath maniacs extremely viciously, extremely predatorily, blatantly flaunting their desire and intent to try to extremely brutally, unapologetically exploit my life and all the conspiracies to murder me that I've been having to fight against the perpetual hellish nightmare of being endlessly, relentlessly, existentially assaulted in every possible way because of, entirely for their own selfish gain, obviously, fully consciously, and intentionally, entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests. Given the extent and intensity and foundation of racism that one of the massive losers from my past who conspired to murder me demonstrated having towards me, along with things I've witnessed among the offline TV and friends group, I see extremely strong reason to believe there's actually extremely serious racism present among this entire group behind the scenes, and they in reality are extremely seriously discriminatory to anyone that isn't Asian. That's probably why someone from my past that's demonstrably been extremely racist to me tried to lay a foundation for growing close with them through constantly humiliating and existentially assaulting me as viciously as possible and literally conspiring to murder me with lies founded in their blatant racism towards me. I'd certainly go so far as to say at least some of these people likely knew that person was blatantly, unapologetically racist towards me from the beginning in how she treated me, and this isn't even the first time I've mentioned my experience with her in considerable detail and describing her blatant racism towards me either. But speaking up has only gotten me further ostracized and facing increasingly vicious, brutal defamation, while she was further facilitated in her abuse and conspiring to murder me. I would go as far as to say Elaine probably left offline TV because in reality, behind the scenes, they were being extremely racist towards her because she isn't Asian. And that racism is extended to make her a target in my attacks now, with them using Kinney through Lily, Jamie, and Arya to make me hate and attack Elaine so they can try to have me arguing against people that are already fighting against their racism and put attention away from themselves. I still don't believe Elaine is faultless in herself selfishly trying to benefit at my expense for even non-racist reasons, which still obviously is, always has been, and always will be entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests. But if I'm going to attack these massive frauds and psychopaths anyways, I might as well go all out, and if Elaine just so happens to unintentionally facilitate proving my point, then I'll take that opportunity. Stephen blatantly, fully, consciously, and intentionally participated in facilitating the perpetuation of extremely false narratives about me that Kimmy and her friends were engaging in whatever various criminal defamation acts against me to try to paint me as a stalker, loser, creep. I donated hundreds of dollars to him throughout several donations several years ago, simply to get his attention, to which he basically just tried to act like I'm a massive fraud, loser, creep, stalker with extremely severe mental illness, barely deserving of his attention. In reality, he's far less intelligent than me and literally got banned off the entire Twitch platform for his pathetically inadequate stance on transgender people competing in serious competitive sports. Since he's a fraud and can't address it properly, and it was such a point of contention, he argued and lost and got permanently banned off an entire platform over it, perhaps I should demonstrate how much of a loser he really is. I've already explained this to him in emails before, by the way, and he seemed visibly low-key triggered the following stream, but still refused to show me any respect. There are only 3 solutions to that issue. The first is you allow transgendered people to compete against people of the birth sex typically associated with the gender they identify as, meaning essentially that biological men and biological women in some capacity compete against each other as if they are considered inherently physically equals. This has some rather obvious issues, especially when considering how flimsily one might attempt to abuse this to define gender and then attempt to get an extremely unfair advantage against others through their biology. This is a non-starter as far as I'd say anyone reasonable should be concerned. The second is you create an entirely new category or competition exclusive for transgendered people, as in considering essentially male to female as its own thing and female to male as its own thing. This is fair, but requires a lot more resources to organize and facilitate. Plus, the audience for it is perhaps questionable and might not really be even close to worthwhile to do from a business or financial standpoint. I'd imagine there are likely reasons this isn't really viable or practical, which are objectively sound. The third is you ban all transgendered people from ever competing in serious competitive sports as a matter of fairness and for their own safety. Since the only two kind of real solutions otherwise are both somehow rather extremely unfair to at least some of the people involved in making them a reality, and normally competing could additionally be dangerous to someone's physical and mental health, as they might try to compare themselves or compete against people that they're at an inherent disadvantage against due to both their gender dysphoria and their physical abnormalities that result from their atypical mental state and possibly also hormones if they're on those. I'd actually say that objectively, the third solution is the only one that actually makes sense. It might seem unfair or upset some people, but I'm saying this as a transgendered individual myself. Even feeling transgendered doesn't necessarily mean you have to embrace it, and you probably won't unless it's an extremely strong feeling. You feel extremely deep existential unrest without being able to really express outwardly. Even I myself have a nuanced feeling about it and don't want surgery to modify my genitals. But I have this feeling of identifying female and wanting to outwardly express myself that way so much that I definitely want to put on makeup and have long hair and wear female clothes if I'm able to comfortably be myself. And even being deprived of that extremely brutally, pretty much completely my whole life, I've still put immense effort into working on my voice and how I breathe in general, such that I'm genuinely more comfortable when I speak like this with what I call my female voice, and I say I breathe like a female, which is perhaps difficult to understand if you can't understand the difference between how it feels to breathe like a male and breathe like a female. But basically that's how I've ended up differentiating easily how and why I can speak in this female voice versus the very much male voice that my biology inclined itself towards naturally. Anyways, my point is that I'm definitely transgendered, so this isn't a perspective coming from a place of ignorance or discrimination. I would not feel it's fair or safe for me or anyone I'd compete against for me to pursue competing in serious competitive sports. I feel like it's just a trade-off every transgendered person would have to make. Do you feel so deeply compelled to express yourself as someone typically considered to have the opposite gender from that of your birth sex? Well, if you really do, you're going to be willing to give up any dreams of being an Olympic athlete so you can live a day-to-day life that actually feels comfortable to you. I guess maybe it's a lot easier for me to say this since I've never had any ambitions of being any kind of professional in any competitive sport. So I'm perfectly fine with it if I got banned from it for being transgendered. but like being transgender is an atypical attribute that is effectively a massive disadvantage versus a normal person. I'd say it makes sense that you have to respect that if you're that different from a typical human. There's going to be at least some kind of different treatment you'll get that makes sense. I'm not the type that's going to defend every person with an attribute I possess simply out of some kind of what becomes effectively desperate need for validation and start to cry about transphobia over an issue that becomes a huge moral and logistical dilemma and really has no solution that actually would make everyone happy in all situations. Stephen couldn't even manage to debate this rather simple point without such a stupid take that he got himself banned from an entire platform for it. Pathetic. But I'm the mentally ill one, right? And losers like this that try to establish their authority by extremely deviously, viciously abusing, slandering, and neglecting actually serious opponents that would humiliate them extremely badly in front of their audience in a fair debate apparently deserve money and fame while I'm hated and homeless and eating out of trash cans and have multiple people actively conspiring to murder me when I couldn't have ever been further from wanting or deserving it. But obviously, they couldn't care less that what they're doing is obviously fully consciously and intentionally entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests. Hassan blatantly tried to casually brush off my existence and also act like I'm a massive fraud and called me a weirdo, and acted completely surprised I even spoke up at all the one time I donated to him on stream. I can't say I'm too surprised though. Hassan comes off like an even bigger fraud than Steven, but they both probably laugh as they slander me behind the scenes and act like they're way smarter than me and I'm just some creepy loser stalker idiot that doesn't deserve the time of day to debate with either of them about anything. Pricks. Bashir is probably worse than Hassan and possibly even worse than Steven, since Bashir probably directly engaged in criminal defamation behavior of me behind the scenes towards Steven that likely additionally negatively influenced Steven's reaction towards me. Bashir defines logic as the consistent patterns that form reality, but masquerades that as what in reality he's trying to act like represents critical thinking, which in reality is much better defined as something like deductively evaluating premises to arrive at a rational conclusion that's objectively sound. Last I checked, he operates some pathetic cult out of Germany from an old ex-hospital he transformed into a compound for his super fans. When I first came across what he was doing, I found a few poorly thrown together steps he called how to make logic your core value. Steps I elaborated on my perspective in regards to so extensively, and that he was so extremely blatantly dishonest about his true intentions regarding, that I decided to come up with 5 steps to achieve a core value of refined, pure bidirectional apprehension, which extremely clearly distinguish themselves irrefutably from Bashir's indoctrination into his cult, because I add an entire additional extremely important step right at the beginning regarding honesty in engaging in the process to begin with. He is also vegetarian or vegan or something like that. He actually had a private conversation with me years ago where he tried to convince me to go vegetarian or vegan and tried to convince me to try to go to his compound That's probably where this weird stuff with Kimmy and Jamie and whoever maybe else thinks they can exert influence over me by at all being pescatarian or vegetarian or whatever comes from, now that I really think about it. It's all a blatant lie. I don't owe Bashir anything. If anything, he owes me for massively helping him improve his garbage steps to help him indoctrinate people into his cult. I'm not, and never have been, trying to go to his compound. I thought he was just in genuine pursuit of the truth and thought he could be an ally to me somehow, but he turned out to just be a massive bully that just extremely viciously tried to shut me down and shut me up. Within a few seconds after, I managed to get a call on stream with him, and he just tried to make me look like an idiot and laugh and try to make himself look good because he wouldn't let me speak for more than a few seconds to even give my entire perspective properly. This idiot doesn't even understand the concept of not being able to shut down someone inherently based simply on an answer of if they see logic and experience as a tool and a goal in an initial interaction. Because you can have contextual arguments in an intellectual debate. To take a certain angle where saying, go look at my steps and suck up to me, isn't an even remotely mature or appropriate response for someone operating in good faith. I looked up to him in a sense because I liked his old YouTube videos and found him funny and entertaining long ago, but ended up learning he's just actually genuinely a really toxic, arrogant psychopath fraud with extremely selfish intentions who thinks he's a goddamn prophet or something. Quite disappointing. Since I haven't shared my 5 steps to achieve a core value of refined, pure bidirectional apprehension before on this podcast, I suppose I should at least do that to further demonstrate how much of a fraud and a psychopath and a loser Bashir is. So here they are. Step 1, understand you must be completely honest. Step 2, find things in your life that are not critically thought out. Step 3, identify your complete core value chain. Step 4, understand and experience complete ego death. And step 5, try to confirm your ego is completely dead. I could elaborate quite a bit on these steps, but that might as well be an entirely separate release all on its own if I'm going to go there. My point is Bashir is a massive fraud. He jokes that he runs a cult, but it's actually a cult, and he's actually an extremely vicious, malicious, deviously toxic bully psychopath. Which brings me to yet even more pronounced, world-renowned frauds than Stephen, Hassan, or Bashir. Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate are massive frauds that masquerade the red pill as actually the best mindset or whatever, but they're really just unfunny, womanizing, try-hard loser thugs with a lot of money and fame that try to glamorize that and basically are proponents of the Matrix while trying to act like they aren't. I mean, even if it was many years ago, how many actually morally upstanding, actually women-respecting individuals are going to participate in running a webcam studio exploiting men for money through controlling women and using them to trap men into unhealthy sexual obsessions? None. That's the correct answer. It only makes sense to believe there are many men out there that have lost their lives, probably even ultimately actually committed suicide or got murdered or to this day live extremely deprived lives because they were essentially scammed and robbed by Andrew and Tristan through that webcam studio. Just because it happened many years ago and they're above that kind of activity now, that doesn't mean it's okay it happened. Or that what they do now isn't even in reality even worse than that. These losers literally just obsessively want people to join Andrew's platform he calls the real world so he can consider them like his mercenaries and force some kind of dependence on him. If you won't submit to being indebted to him through a dependence on his platform, he has no desire to be a decent human being to you. Even if you're utmost in alignment with the core messaging of being against the Matrix, on a real and deep level, even more so than him. In fact, especially if you're that more so than him, he just wants to hide the truth of my life, just like people that are blue-pilled, arguably even more so than those people because it exposes him as a massive fraud of what he claims to be. At least blue-pilled people admit they aren't all about the truth and being the best person you can be. But people like Andrew and Tristan claim to be all about reality. But they blatantly, extremely, massively disrespect and neglect the reality of my existence because I refuse to become dependent on them for their platform I never needed any help from. They resent me for being so great that I don't desperately need their help with anything. Congratulations. Andrew can afford paying someone to make a Discord clone. I wrote my own Discord clone from the ground up with all the major features in under 2 weeks. I could do it in under 1 week now if I had to do it again from scratch. I just see no good reason to spend my time that way when I have much more important and useful things I could be doing with it at this point. I acknowledge he has resources that must provide some kind of value for people to be willing to pay so much monthly for it. But it's scummy he considers you like garbage, I'd even argue subhuman, if you won't dish out cash for him on a consistent basis and submit to his same extremely materialistic mentality, even if you are extremely deeply aligned with reality. When it really comes down to it, it's all just about money and material things for him, but he acts like he actually cares about being a good person. Fraud. And Tristan is so heavily involved with him that they're both undoubtedly of the same mentality. They just use being of different religions to empower each other. Andrew can't even properly decide if he's a Muslim or not. And Tristan basically has multiple wives, even though that goes against his supposed religion. Both massive frauds. I might sound crazy, but I'd say I've seen evidence that my efforts in the past have contributed to getting Andrew and Tristan out of jail. I explicitly put effort to try to get them out using my influence in explicitly defined hopes of them trying to bring me closer to Kimmy and facilitate her growing in a positive direction to give me the connection with her that I've always wanted. To this day, I can't confidently say or believe they have or haven't done so. I'm extremely heavily inclined to believe they haven't at all, and in reality were only extremely ungrateful towards me for everything I've done for them, and basically just act like I owed them to do it, and even to this day, they likely attempt to steal credit for my work to some extent, obviously fully consciously and intentionally entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests. I don't particularly care whether they are or aren't in jail, or limited somehow, but I definitely want it extremely clear that I have no desire or willingness whatsoever to be letting them take credit for my work at all or be trying to play power games with me and try to force me into submission of being forced to use their platform or somehow form a codependent relationship with them or any of their associates in general. And I don't appreciate any of their efforts if they're working at all against me having the connection with Kimmy that I want and deserve. I never have, and I never will. And this really doesn't only extend towards internet influencers. I'm actually extremely serious when I talk about the extremely negative kinds of experiences I've had to endure towards my blood relatives and other people I once called friends in my life. And I'm actually extremely serious about having completely kicked them all out of my life and being absolutely unconditionally unwilling to ever allow them back into my energy or life at all. I would actually, in fact, go especially out of my way to deny any of them any opportunity to ever even really be able to attempt to come back. Once again, I'll go back to my last experiences with any of them. You know that biological uncle I've talked a few times about, John? Oh, it gets so much worse than things I've already said. I don't care for mentioning him very much because I'm generally not a person that likes speaking of others negatively, especially being conscious of anything negative I say coming off to the effect that someone treating me extremely badly might see me speaking of them as some kind of passive-aggressive or somehow disingenuous attempt to have them back in my life. I'm also a considerate person and generally don't like to complain about what are perhaps more petty things, but it's not out of any kind of indebtedness to anyone. The way John treated me, I'm quite aware he's especially reluctant to have anything personal about his life on the internet. He really values his reputation, and what he's repeatedly bragged to me is something he considers highly valuable. Even insulting me to the point of trying to manipulate me into believing I have no reputation worth valuing. But I really don't care about that. I certainly saw racist inclinations in him, quite heavily actually. Even in the very limited overall conversations I've had with him, I noticed he seemed to have racist inclinations towards multiple different races, of most notably, he made apparent to me towards Koreans, which I found especially unacceptable since Kimmy, the person I've always considered the love of my life, is Korean. So part of why I found it absolutely intolerable to keep John and my blood relatives as a whole in my life is simply because I saw the possibility of being associated with racism, especially towards even just the general ethnicity that Kimmy is of. It really was a whole mess across all my biological relatives. Based on several things John did, it seemed rather clear to me there's even been substantial racism within them, between my biological mother and biological father. Apparently, my biological father lied massively about his wealth to my biological mother and her family or something, and he married her as a status symbol and to boost his ego rather than out of any genuine feelings, which I can't say is surprising. I never felt like either of them actually loved each other. But the main point is that it became rather clear to me that both sides seemed to have rather substantial racist tendencies, and especially since John clearly came off like a heavily politically involved person, they certainly seemed to extend in a highly politically correct or politically involved manner onto Koreans, which I find especially unacceptable. Yes, even though Kimmy's been as horrible to me as she has, I didn't tolerate that kind of attitude even loosely from John. And I really see John as not only a reflection of attitudes from my biological mother's side, but also a reflection of attitudes from my biological father's side. So not only were both my parents extremely vicious, abusive psychopath maniacs that were generally extremely, exceedingly, unacceptably, criminally unhinged and unreasonable with me specifically, they were also generally racist and hid it from me rather well for the entire time I was ever living with either of them, or had either of them actually in my life. both towards each other as well as others. There was literally a point in time where John joked to me that my biological father had placed a hit on me and was offering John $10,000, possibly more, to have me irrecoverably crippled from speaking the truth about my life to the world and or eliminated from real life entirely as I was starting to learn the truth. That wouldn't be the first time my extremely scum biological father has placed a hit out on me either. I recall once when I was still living with him, I picked up the phone once as it rang shortly after he left, and I experienced this extremely strange call where the person on the other end said junk removal services were about to arrive at the address I was at. I had an extremely disturbing feeling deep inside me all of a sudden, so I grabbed my laptop, phone, and wallet and quickly left the house. As I was turning the corner off the street that house was on, I saw 3 black cars I'd never seen before turn onto the street and pull up in front of the house. I was genuinely extremely concerned for my life at that point, so I ran away as fast as I could as soon as I passed the corner. To this day, I'm convinced that was among one of the multiple near-death experiences I've had in my life. I'm not saying this to complain. I'm trying to demonstrate that I'm not simply being childishly stubborn or prideful in having an extremely vicious attitude and general demeanor around their existence as a whole. I literally have multiple extremely serious personal life experiences throughout the time I've had my blood relatives in my life that extremely strongly suggest they've been putting out hits on me and conspiring and attempting to murder me for years, and directly and or indirectly presenting extremely false narratives about me to extremely unhinged, selfish, soulless, highly influential public figures who choose to go along with them for selfish gain, who only made everything even worse and likely have put out hits of their own on me to also cover up their own crimes against me. As far as how or why exactly people hate me so much, I have at least one extremely strong theory in regards to my biological father. I recall that early on when I first went to live with him, suddenly one day, as his abuse was becoming so extreme, I realized I was likely going to have to prepare myself to pack my things and end up being homeless. I noticed my original birth certificate went missing. Out of nowhere, I knew exactly where I had put it, at the bottom of a drawer I rarely opened in my room. There was absolutely no good reason whatsoever that it would have randomly disappeared. I couldn't really imagine my biological brother, the only other person in the house, taking it. So the only natural conclusion I came to was that my biological father stole it from me at some point when I wasn't in my room. I confronted him, but he denied any knowledge or involvement in it going missing. He tried to gaslight me into believing I'm crazy and somehow I must have misplaced it or somehow it just disappeared into thin air. I've always extremely strongly suspected he stole it and just denied it because obviously he had no intention of ever giving it back, but I never understood why he'd do such a thing exactly. At this point, I'm quite certain he's also taken a picture of my social insurance number, and combined with my original birth certificate, he took out life insurance under my name behind my back, likely through some extremely corrupt life insurance organization that for whatever reason agreed to allow it without me even being present. For what is likely many years at this point, he's been slandering me extremely badly to my biological brother, among other people, who I have reason to suspect is actively participating in defamation of me in both slander and libel extents. As far as I can tell, all my biological relatives with any significant connection to me have actively been attempting to have my death faked and make people believe I'm dead, fully consciously and intentionally entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests. I have a strong suspicion that my biological father, doing the life insurance fraud, has already collected the life insurance he illegally took out under my name, behind my back, entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests. So he's a criminal that committed life insurance fraud by extremely viciously abusing me, stealing my legal identification documents, and trying to drive me insane and get me to kill myself or get murdered somehow through what he was hoping would be self-destructive attitudes and behavior he was trying to solidify in me, so I never figured out or was capable of speaking up about the truth of his conspiracy to murder me and actually force him to face consequences for it. Assuming I'm correct, and I probably am, this was a plan he clearly had come up with in his head long before I even knew Kimmy exists. So while Kimmy certainly is responsible in the extent of extremely severe intentional defamation, abuse, and neglect towards me, naturally with extreme disrespect, my point is she's far from the only massive criminal stealing from me and abusing me extremely badly. Even every person I knew, down to my blood relatives, have all been nothing but absolute psychopaths towards me that have extremely selfishly taken from me and only ever added any value to my life with extremely devious, malicious intent to steal much more value from me. I believe my biological brother and biological mother are fully, consciously, and intentionally also extremely heavily involved in this life insurance fraud my biological father has done to me, along with that biological Uncle John from my biological mother's side. I also have a rather strange biological relative from my father's side named Sargon that, last I knew, works in the Canadian government, and he might also be involved in this somehow. Only him, his now dead mother that died quite some time ago but was alive long enough I met her before, one of my biological father's brothers named Wilson, who I haven't seen since I was a child, and one of my biological father's brothers named Edison, who asked me to help clean up his computer to make it faster once after I became a permanent chief of the Shadow Confederation entirely on my own, are the biological relatives from my biological father's side that I've ever met. My biological father's brother named Edison was an extremely strange person as well, and at one point offered to show me a black book he had that he vaguely alluded to having dark, occult, secret type information in it. I casually refused without hesitation, and that was that. There are several rather strange and or negative experiences with my biological relatives I could mention, but that I find perhaps largely insignificant, especially compared to things like what I actually do decide to mention on this podcast. But the kinds of extremely deeply dark and disturbing experiences I've had to endure are such that, especially due to certain experiences I had while John was still in my life, I see extremely strong reason to believe that if Kimmy ever secretly got married and possibly had children with someone else, John was somehow extremely heavily directly involved energetically in influencing that, obviously blatantly entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests, and very much fully consciously and intentionally behind my back and trying extremely hard to completely hide it all from me. There are so many absolutely insane, extremely disturbing, emotionally dysregulating experiences that I had to survive, enduring and retaining my mental health despite having to deal with as a direct result of having that absolute maniac at all in my life. He was actually extremely schizo. He literally told me he's an engineer for Tesla and Elon Musk leeches off his work or something like that. And even more crazy was he'd say insane things like that with zero real evidence to suggest they're true. He'd never give me any solid evidence where they might even plausibly be something true. And yet he was heavily into scientific lectures and quantum physics. He also said extremely strange things like he was involved in programming wind turbines that power wind energy harvesting, and the ones he programmed were programmed in JavaScript, which sounds ridiculous to me. But he wasn't a complete moron, just a massive psychopath, narcissist, maniac murderer with a cigarette addiction, cocaine addiction, possibly an extremely well-concealed alcohol addiction, and at the very least significant dementia. at least from what I could tell. I noticed one day that a toothbrush I'd used mysteriously went missing while John was still in my life. The same kind of thing as my biological father stealing my birth certificate. If I had to guess, John probably tried to frame me for a crime or fraudulently do something with my DNA using that toothbrush. I can't imagine he has another reason to want to steal it from me. Naturally, he's only ever completely denied any knowledge of what happened to it, to me. He was also extremely creepy in general and came off like he was even trying to extremely deviously force me into submitting sexually to him, and that he had some kind of sexual tendencies towards either men or trans women or maybe both. Again, I have nothing inherently against homosexual people. I myself identify as lesbian. But I made it extremely clear to John that I'm exclusively attracted to very much female-presenting women, and this is also a goddamn biological uncle we're talking about, not a stranger, especially gross and creepy. Me calling out Kimmy and her friends for racism isn't some kind of hypocrisy or double standard in my life. I see behavior as extremely shady as I've witnessed from John, from anyone, even one sentence that I feel is genuinely expressing intense disgust towards an entire race of humans, especially towards someone I've always held so close to my heart like Kimmy. Even as a blood relative to me, that's intolerable. And I know what it represents too. All my blood relatives never really wanting to see me be happy or successful in life in general. At the very least, it was an attempt to gain leverage over me by trying to negatively influence me to have racist tendencies or at least be willing to behave like I do, and trying to trap me into needing to compromise my integrity and effectively have my soul robbed from me just for me to survive. Even when they could see extremely clearly that I'm not racist at all, and I'm only extremely severely negatively impacted in multiple ways, and it'd be exceedingly, extremely irrational and degenerate for me to have any desire or willingness to be even slightly racist towards anyone. I've literally never done anything in my entire life that could ever even remotely reasonably suggest I'm racist or have ever been racist. If you were to ever even try to claim I'm a racist in anything I've done, you'd sound like a complete joke to anyone being even remotely actually reasonable. Anyone claiming otherwise has no real evidence and is lying extremely badly. The only thing I imagine anyone could ever even remotely reasonably attempt to claim is any kind of racism in me is my self-admitted substantial preference for the appearance of Asian, especially Korean women. But if you're going to try taking that angle, I'd argue you're probably just mad because you're not an extremely physically attractive Korean woman like Kimmy, who I'd actually find among the most physically attractive humans ever possible to exist. And if you are a considerably physically attractive Korean woman, you're probably just mad because you're not actually Kimmy yourself, and you're really jealous that I specifically find her even more physically attractive than you, no matter how similar in appearance you might be. But guess what? I don't owe you or anyone else to find you attractive, just like I don't owe it to Kimmy. I feel how I feel, and you have your own preferences too, whether you admit it or not. So get real. I'd never call or consider anyone a racist simply because they have a general inclination towards finding the physical appearance of one ethnic group preferable over another when it comes to their sexual desires. Actual racism is demonstrating contempt and malice towards someone based on their ethnicity, not simply preferential treatment of some kind in completely personal affairs, especially those extremely heavily relevant directly to a very much objectively sound and reasonable relationship with the person's ethnicity, like their physical appearance. The primary issue I have with all of these people I've talked about in this release is on an extremely fundamental level of human decency that spans multiple broad areas of life. I imagine all these people in reality even treat many people of races they aren't especially racist towards still with considerable selfishness and general contempt. They're probably even to some extent immature or toxic or discriminatory. Somehow, to many people in their most preferred race. I don't want anyone to get hung up on one specific aspect of what I'm exposing. All these people are in reality worse than garbage to me, since I can at least find food to survive off of eating it in the garbage. But these people, they're not even providing any kind of absolute bare minimum level of value into my life, actually just disrespecting me extremely badly and probably generally somehow inflicting defamation on me extremely badly behind the scenes for years. They are all extremely serious enemies to me. I'm not getting any kind of benefit from them at all, nor am I at all willing to accept any kind of help or benefit or play nice with them, even slightly, ever in the future, literally no matter what any of them say or do, at least certainly if I'm not going to get the connection I want with Kimmy in the very near future. And even then, I'd only even consider allowing any of these people the blessing of being at all in my life based on extensively considering Kimmy's feelings towards them and desire for or willingness to tolerate them being at all somehow in my life. Even then, it wouldn't dictate what I have to do, but I'd certainly take it into consideration. Otherwise, as things are, based on my own personal life and experiences, all of these people and everyone they associate with at all can go to hell as far as I'll ever be concerned. I'll happily become their worst unwanted nightmare of nightmares after how they've all treated me. Listing people like this right now doesn't mean more people can't or won't be added to this list or aren't currently present in actively, fully, consciously, and intentionally somehow inflicting defamation on me, criminally impersonating me somehow, or even doing something as serious as actively conspiring to murder me. This is just who I currently feel are most extremely deviously, aggressively violating my energy currently. But I'm sure that there are many, many other soulless, psychotic, unhinged losers among the world's influencers and generally malicious entities that likely, to some extent, are also existentially assaulting me, whether directly or indirectly somehow. Which all these people I've listed here are likely extremely heavily involved in directly influencing to actively participate, encourage, or somehow else facilitate conspiracies to murder me and the resulting perpetual existential assault I'm forced to deal with to this day, which I'm absolutely entirely unwanting and undeserving of having inflicted upon me. I've seen what I consider reason to suspect that my efforts in pursuing the connection I've wanted with Kimmy might have unintentionally caused other influencers to break up with, and maybe even break off engagements or even get divorced with, people they were romantically involved with. I wanted to be extremely clear that I never wanted, needed, or benefited at all from such happening. The only person I've ever wanted to have break off engagement with, or divorce anyone they might be romantically involved with somehow, so I can be with her instead, is Kimmy. And I've never specifically taken actions aggressively trying to cause anyone, even Kimmy, to be forced to do so through any kind of abuse of my knowledge or any kind of power I possess in general. But that doesn't mean I'm not willing to utmost aggressively pressure anyone at all romantically and or sexually involved with Kimmy to immediately cease such and never even think of trying anything like that with her ever again. In fact, I'd like to make it extremely clear that I'm officially, publicly, extremely clearly, beyond any at all reasonable doubt, in no uncertain terms, very much extremely unwaveringly, firmly demanding that absolutely, unconditionally, now and forevermore. I'm done being nice to people. All anyone does is take my kindness for weakness and extremely viciously try to take advantage of me. From now on, you show me genuine kindness with genuine respect of an actually adequate amount, or you can go to hell and face my wrath in its fullest, completely unapologetically and without mercy. The only person that should be having any sexual intimacy with me is me. And if I can't have her, then nobody else should either. She should be extremely lonely and miserable, so she at least gets a bit of a taste of how miserable and alone I've always been without her in my life, in any kind of actually healthy, proper way, shape, or form. I will never sell my soul, and I will never allow it to be robbed from me. I actually want Kimmy as much as I've been saying, and I literally want to and will go down an extremely dark and destructive path in life if I cannot have the kind of connection with her that I've been after. Literally, when the only thing that ever would have at all even been able to tempt me to sell my soul is the one thing that I specifically have to not ever sell my soul to get, I literally couldn't have further incentive to never sell my soul. I literally couldn't have better reason to do whatever it takes to retain my soul, to retain my integrity, my core value intact, my dignity strong, and every step I take and every word I speak with my head held high, with a confidence none of these massive frauds attacking me can ever have against me. These psychopath murderer maniacs extremely viciously criticize my mental health and then try to shut me up and criticize me increasingly extremely viciously for demonstrating my mental health. They so extremely viciously constantly try to attack and destroy. I still want it to be extremely clear that I'm not saying anything I'm saying coming from a place of desperation. My life circumstances might be extremely brutal, but I'm saying all this now to defend myself from attacks I can see people are doing so deviously. They've been trying to trap me into having my future ruined, as it would be even simply by me refraining to prepare for the attacks they're all trying to prepare to destroy my life with in the future, should I ever actually achieve anything significant with my life, as I know I undoubtedly will, sooner or later. Extremely toxic, malicious, worthless losers stalking me, who I don't even know the identity of exactly, are trying to so blatantly exhaust my resources. They want me manipulated into trying to distract myself by any means they think they can drain my energy further and torment me with extremely abusive, fundamentally malicious, and hateful attitudes and behaviors that demonstrate absolutely unconditional, unrestrained malicious intent towards me. I continue to see evidence of people trying to paint extremely false narratives surrounding what the true reasoning would be for me not releasing something like this. I certainly don't see it as exclusively random, extremely jealous haters that only know of my existence through a screen. Given how horrible so many people have been to me in my life, I really can't say I'm surprised. But, of course, these massive cowards never dare to actually challenge me to a proper intellectual debate or even really try to have any kind of honest conversation with me. It's all manipulation, blatantly lying to my face or extremely deviously publicly trying to play mind games and adopt politically correct stances on things that they try to do PR damage control type garbage with to try to save face against what I'm saying because they know in reality they're all in the wrong. Even now that I've released this, I suppose I should only expect these lying, stealing, murderous psychopaths to continue their defamation, theft, and conspiring to murder that they've been inflicting on me with their smear campaigns, criminal impersonation, and abuse of their resources they exert upon my life with utmost absolutely unconditional, unrestrained, malicious intent towards me. But I'm going to stay ready to fight back and make them end up only even further regretting everything they're doing one way or another. I'm well aware I've already bet my life on it. I will only continue to be the most powerful being to ever exist. I am the first and only person who has ever lived who has survived and publicly, officially, fully uncovered being a victim of life insurance fraud committed at the very least by my own blood relatives, if not also others, while overcoming an extremely serious, extensive smear campaign involving defamation, theft, criminal impersonation, and conspiracy to murder done by psychopaths from my past I once called friends and family, and done it all while also uncovering an even greater and even more serious and extensive smear campaign as a massive coordinated effort by a wide range of highly influential public figures that fully consciously and intentionally have also been participating in their own defamation, criminal impersonation, theft, and conspiracies to murder me that to this day continue to extremely negatively impact my existence and have all the perpetrators of having been entirely unpunished by the criminal justice system, even despite being officially, publicly, completely exposing the extreme corruption in the Canadian justice system and likely ultimately the entire North American justice system in general, since the United States government should also have its resources heavily involved in this conflict by now, and yet they still all do nothing adequate to stop it. And this is only the beginning of even greater negative effects all my enemies will only continue to increasingly brutally experience. What I do is far from easy. It takes not only an unbelievable amount of hard work and dedication, but also an unbelievable amount of general discipline, intellectual and emotional awareness, and general integrity, authenticity, and moral authority. I've never backstabbed anyone. I've never abused anyone. I have no bad habits, addictions, or mental illnesses. I'm extremely competent and capable in many areas of life. I strategically withhold information I'm fully within my rights and reasonable cause to withhold, with absolutely no fundamental malice in doing so. It takes an unbelievable amount of self-control and completely authentic confidence to even simply stay calm and rational in every moment. It's extremely easy to judge me and look down on me. It's extremely easy to pretentiously think I need your advice, but never forget you haven't done what I've done, and you probably never will. Continue to disrespect me, and you'll only continue to find out how exceedingly poor of a decision you're making and suffer the consequences therein only increasingly brutally. I will have no mercy. I really don't care who or what you are or think you are.